the darkness turns to light. No, wait, you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizon. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. 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 We are traveling with You're carried by the sun. New chapters have begun. Tomorrow never ends. You're rising up again. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Blue skies turning to a new world. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizons. We just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down. Nothing brings us down.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
We didn't really see that happen. Freaking Gaming picking up team fight win after team fight win, and they're going to cruise with 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Shirino in his first game of the PCS trying to keep this going, but Glasc, even if he flashes away, maybe actually, Clement, it's not over yet. Glasc, not at all. And Nexus exposed, so the game goes off.
Wait a minute. Really fun because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flash for it. It gets berserk, you can see. Enzo caught out though as the Realm will come through from mission. Maybe it delayed time, maybe it worked, but oh my god!
Zoe!
Kongyuil once again! The kick of legend as J-Team has this fight all over. Koala the last one.
Have the right idea. They have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5 and, you know, they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But
Here comes the Vex. Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it. And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall. And just like dominoes, they drop as the...
especially onto Hana, and that will allow them to survive for a while longer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the ruined prison they go, and oh no, flash away the shockwave.
Threats on missed time from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti, still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up, beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this. Beyond decided to die with him.
The difference between medicine and poison is the dosage. Allow me to demonstrate. Ah, my favorite part of the job. Product testing. Oh, I love it. Move now! Die for me. I don't need to get my hands dirty. Oh, but I do enjoy it. Kill them and suffer! Work for me or work against me. Doesn't matter. Everyone comes to my side eventually. I bankrolled your pistols naked, Samira. Those guns are mine by right. Step aside, worm. Don't think, just do. Get over here. Remember who helped you in your hour of need. Never cross Renata Glasc. We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind. Progress. Competition is for the weak. I dominate. It's Ms. Glasc, if you value your life.
Renata Glasc climbed her way from rags to Chemtech riches, becoming the most powerful Chem Baron in Zon. Now her eyes are set on Pilto, and as a master of persuasion, she knows exactly how to get what she wants.
It's just business.
She's a proactive enchanter who weaves both sides of the battlefield to her command. But whose side is she really on? Her own, of course.
I'll make you kill your loved ones is a more effective threat than any gun.
Welcome to the Renata Glasc Champion Spotlight.
We don't have to be enemies. Let me change your mind.
This boss is used to having the upper hand thanks to her passive Leverage. Her basic attacks apply a mark that deals bonus damage, which her allies can detonate, dealing even more damage.
I'll make a killing off of this.
Like any business deal, be sure to choose your targets wisely. Only one can be marked at a time. Her Q, Handshake, sends out a missile that damages and roots the first enemy hit. She can then recast the ability to nudge her competitor in the right direction, which is, of course, whatever direction she chooses. The Hapless Fool damages all enemies hit, and if she throws a champion, those enemies are also stunned.
I said jump!
Put her there! Renata Glasc's always willing to lend a hand so long as there's interest. Bailout buffs an ally with increased attack speed and movement speed toward enemies.
You're welcome.
Allies who manage to kill an enemy during the buff will reset its duration.
High-class chem tech.
If her investment would die while buffed, Bailout grants her ally a fresh, full health bar that quickly decays before finally dying. However, allies that get kills or assists in this decaying state heal and stop the decay, saving their life. This health bar reset won't interrupt channels or abilities, as they don't die just yet, so teammates at Death's Door can take full advantage of Renata Glasc's incentives.
Remember who helped you in your hour of need.
With her E loyalty program, Renata Glasc fires a missile that detonates at the end of its path, damaging and slowing all enemies encountered.
Your value's dropped.
Similarly, allies affected by this missile receive a shield. Better sign up, this deal won't last forever.
I'm a giver.
With her ultimate, Hostile Takeover, Renata Glasc sends out a cloud of toxic chemicals. Enemies caught in the fumes succumb to her influence and go berserk. While berserk, their attack speed increases and they'll attack the closest target, starting with their own teammates.
Don't think, just do.
If other enemies aren't around, they'll go up the chain of command, starting with Renata Glasc's allies and ending with herself. Everybody wants to be my enemy. In the early game, Renata Glasc should rely on leverage to punish poor positioning and help her business, lane partner, win trades.
Make them pay.
Create opportunities for kills with slows, roots, and pulls that dominate the market. If you chain your CC, you'll win the fight before it's even begun.
Ready to take control.
Teammates need a bailout? No problem. Rescue your assets at the right time and you can always turn a fight around.
A worthy investment.
But stay away from risky investments. For what Renata Glasc boasts in Engage, she lacks in mobility and escapes. So wait for the right moment to secure the deal, and you can watch Renata Glasc's enemies destroy themselves.
Time to make some new business partners.
Set up plays for your team with opportune buffs, shields, and roots. And when they've succeeded, make sure you take all the credit.
I'll bill you later.
Don't underestimate the pull of Renata Glasc. One way or another, you'll be working for her eventually. Ready to invest in the Cam Baroness? Check out the links below.
Ambition isn't greed.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We didn't really see that happen. Freaking Gaming picking up team fight win after team fight win, and they're going to cruise with 2-0 in this matchup.
They are indeed. Look at Hirano in his first game of the PCS trying to keep this going, but Glasc, even as he flashes away, maybe actually, Clement, it's not over yet. Glasc, not at all. And Nexus exposed, so the game goes off.
Wait a minute. funny because if they're as we have the engage coming in.
Yeah, Rest with the flash. There's hostile takeover. Koala flash for it. It gets berserk. You can see. Enzo caught out though as the Realm Warp comes through from mission. Maybe it delayed time. Maybe it worked. But oh my God!
Zoe!
Kong Yuel once again. The kick of legend as J-Team has this fight all over. Koala the last one.
Have the right idea. They have a much stronger position if they're fighting 5v5 and they don't have that magic resistance debuff. But
Here comes the Vex. Pretender looking to delete Lil V, manages to get it. And let's see if they can finish the rest of the fight as Driver holding off the front line here. Kongye not sure where to dash on the pony. Down goes Driver on the Gwen. Enzo next to fall, and just like dominoes, they drop as the...
Especially onto Hana. And that will allow them to survive for a while longer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though. And there is the kick, the insect back into the rune prison they go, and oh no, flash away the shockwave.
Threats on missed time from Woody. Here comes Leaky with his ulti, still running forward. Almost tags Minji, but Beyond have been pulled into this play. Wako knocked up, beautiful from Hana. And Minji calls this, Beyond decided to die with him.
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Got the
silence talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Welcome back to the PCS, ladies and gentlemen. We have a sunny afternoon in Taipei, and right beyond the horizon is our playoffs coming fast and close to you as we head on to week 5, day 2 of our games. Before we dive any deeper, I'm your host and play-by-play today, Clement Chu, and along with me is the ever so handsome Frank Nightstar. And before we go a little bit further, we have to have a big shout out to our organizers at Riot Games. Really cool new logo right there. Carry Live, Garena, and of course to our main sponsors in CTBC Bank and Caliber. Now, this is a very exciting set of games that we have today. Much closer results than yesterday, I would say. We have evenly matched games across the board. What are you most excited for, and what do you see in that crystal ball of yours, Frank, when it comes to playoffs?
I think the highlight matchup of today is, or should be, PSG taking on DCG. That will be our second game of the day. So it's coming up very, very shortly. So that is really intriguing to me because DCG will be on blue side for that particular matchup. And in our league, blue side has been incredibly oppressive, a lot more oppressive than in a lot of the other leagues. I think the closest I saw was like maybe a 58% win rate for blue side in like CBLOL or something. So our 70% win rate on blue has been ridiculous. It's been bonkers. I don't understand it.
I don't either. You know, we've talked about this a lot. It's like power picks, the Zeris and stuff like that. But still, the other leagues aren't doing as one-sided as the PCS.
Yeah.
You have any like explanations to why this might be?
I think it's just been really the utilization of counter picks coming in from red side just hasn't quite been there as you might see in some of the other leagues. But yesterday's results, I think, while none of the results are that surprising, how we got there was a little bit surprising, especially in that third game. Frank Esports did hold an advantage in that game, and it looked like they were starting to trend towards being able to take the game themselves. And then also that last game, we saw a very contested J-Team PSG the first time around, but the second time around, it was not even close.
Yeah, that definitely was the case here. Yesterday, we did welcome CTBC Flying Oyster and Megabank Beyond Gaming into the playoff season for sure. The name of the game is to keep ahead of Hurricane. If your win difference is larger than the remaining game pool, then congratulations, you have made it into playoffs. So today we don't have anyone that will potentially secure their spot necessarily, but Sem9 could just drop out today, and they could also just find their first win. It's all on the line for them.
Yeah, only 5 games remaining left in the regular season, so you just have to get above 5, or if Sem9 lose today, then Impunity are almost nearly locked in, or Sem9 are knocked out, I should say.
I'm just going to put the magic number
first.
at 8. It's easier to understand.
Yes.
And we are going to head on to today's matchups right here. Sem9 versus Frank Esports to start off the day. And then we are going to be closing with a huge set of playoff potential games. You already mentioned DCG versus PSG. CFO versus Beyond Gaming seems to be the one that a lot of people are looking at. That's going to be between our 3rd and currently 5th place teams matching up against each other.
That will also be a very tantalizing matchup because both of these teams have been, I would say, playing relatively individualistic. So given the relatively matching play styles, should be really, really fun to watch. And possibly, if it gets messy, that's when things will really be exciting because of the individual outplay potential.
But for today, we have some new faces coming back onto the Rift. We welcome Caspiel and Carino to find the first win for Sem9 here. These guys haven't played as much as Lazar and Arashi, but I think they do bring their own style to this game.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a veteran flair. Of course, Caspiel and Carino have played in the professional scene for quite a while. And at the very least, this mid lane matchup should be very exciting because on the flip side, we have Kurt, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, K2 coming back into the lineup. Both of these teams have a bit of a revolving door when it comes to some of their positions. For Frank Esports, it's that support position going between Rebirth and K2 constantly. And on the flip side, it's been the duo of Caspiel, Kirino, and Arashi and Lazar. So it feels like they kind of want to keep the veteran and the youth together, paired up. But our mid lane matchup is going to be Kirino and Pretender. Both of these players have excelled at the assassin portion of the champion pool. So this is going to be a relatively exciting matchup, especially given that Pretender did take a little bit to ramp up, but 6 solo kills, nothing to scoff at.
One of the highest in the PCS currently. Another stat I want to explain here is the, I believe, first blood victim rate. This was explained from our production, and that's actually pretty huge for Carino not to be the victim of any of those first bloods. When he has been playing, we have noticed that Sem9 has a much better early game than their standard sort of Lazar setups that we've seen. So maybe this is the matchup where they are hinging their first win on. They could drop out of playoffs today, and this is an absolutely huge match to try and go up against Frank Esports, as their remaining matches are all against playoff teams.
Yeah, this is a must-win situation for Sem9 if they want to keep playoff hopes alive, and also just reasonably their best opportunity to get that first win, as we are into pick and ban. Aphelios being banned away on blue side is very interesting. Usually we wouldn't see it as a first ban, perhaps towards the end at that 3rd ban, and the red side has already taken away some of those other 80 carries, then you would consider it. But it feels like they're really trying to force out the Jinx ban from Frank Esports on red side.
Definitely, or they could just pick it themselves. Kind of an interesting draft phase. On the other hand, we do have Frank banning out the Graves from Shiromine. Just rather unorthodox bans across the board here. Akali also being taken away from potentially Pretender and Kurt right there. That has been one of Carino's champions that he's seen. So far, he's only played 2 games. The other one has been the Zed. So if you're excited about some Zed matchups, this is your guy and this is your team to watch. Shiromine is going to just take the Jinx on the first rotation, which we are going to have to see Frank play something other than their usual hyper carry for M&M.
Yeah, this is interesting given that Frank Esports, it looks like they opted into it because they went ahead and banned away the Tom Kench. And there are still other supports that you can play with the Jinx, like, of course, the Thresh, who still has the ability to peel for your hyper carry, at least relocate them. But it would make your Jinx a little bit more susceptible to dive, and perhaps that's what Frank Esports are looking to capitalize on. But the early phase is an early Gnar pick. That's not it for me, Clement.
If your name isn't Hanabi, we disagree with the early Gnar picks. But against Shiromine, I mean, it definitely could work, I guess. So far, Sem9 looks like they are on the right side of the meta. The champions that they have selected here, much higher win rates, much higher ban pick rates. And wow, we have seen this being played both in support and mid lane in the PCS. But this is a very unique pick to come out this early.
Yeah, the priority onto the Zilean is certainly very curious, and it does, I would say, signal that they are very willing to flex this, and perhaps given that they do see the Rakan, maybe they toss it into that support role. But for Frank Esports, they get themselves that Xayah Rakan Lovers Duo combination. Always welcomed once, Xayah did come back into meta. And now we'll see what the approach is going to be when it comes to the second phase of bans. Already banning away the Jace. Maybe they go ahead, ban away yet another strong side top laner. Maybe an Irelia who does have kill pressure against something like a Gnar. But I feel like they haven't played towards Shiromine all split long. And Irelia is one of those champions that you do want to invest resources into.
So you're saying probably not going to happen.
Probably not.
Is what I'm getting from that. The Gwen does go out the window as well. You never really want to give Gwen over. Though it's a little bit weird when you see the Gwen being banned out when Gnar is considered somewhat of a counter. And then I think Holo is probably two best champions here being taken off the board in the Hecarim and the Volibear. Very utility focused early games coming from Holo. So they don't want him to feel too comfortable. And we are going to get perhaps a Trundle here. This would be the first Trundle pick of Holo in the split. Definitely a strong pick if he goes for it. And actually takes away, well, not take away, but goes for the Jarvan, which has been more of a Caspial champion that we've seen so far.
Right. And I actually, okay, this is very interesting. Picks here. But to go back onto the Jarvan pick, the Jarvan actually makes a lot of sense in this regard because of the Zilean, and because Zilean will want to play around your Jinx. It's very easy to just Cataclysm the Jinx and Zilean together, and that makes a very vulnerable backline. I think that's why we see instantly the 0 locked in from Sem9 as they want to include some sort of peel. But because of this setup, I think we're seeing Zilean top lane.
My brain is just completely frozen right now. I don't think I've ever seen a Zilean top lane being played in competitive. All the rest of lanes, sure, but top lane Zilean seems... I just can't imagine trying to trade with top lane Zilean. It seems so difficult.
Yeah.
Or could we be getting some shenanigans?
So, I think... Unless if Shiromine all of a sudden just goes for a Smite top laner, which I don't think is as viable, but you can still play it, given the changes to objective bounties. I would say that it's mostly taking advantage of how Frank Esports want to play the map, in that if you're not going to invest a whole lot of resources into top lane, you can get away with some of these more greedy picks like a Zilean in that top side where you can get taken advantage of in the lane phase, but Kurt hasn't shown that he's been a player in that top lane to fully push his advantages. top side. So in that regard, you can get a little bit more greedy and play more team composition wise. And I think that was the angle that 7-9 were trying to take.
Utility top laner, but you definitely could get away with it when you're playing against Kurt, that's for sure. On the other hand, I'd like to talk about the holistic compositions coming out from each side. 7-9, they did round out with the Azir, and on the other side, we have the Orianna coming out for Pretender. So how are these compositions going to work here?
I think the crux of both of these compositions will come down to the Orianna and the Azir, because if Pretender is able to get these shockwaves off in very quick succession with the Jarvan Cataclysm, then the backline is just absolutely decimated. But if Kirino is able to time the Shurima shuffle at the proper time and shove out the J4, then you're going to get empty shockwaves. And I think this mid lane matchup, while it isn't the assassin matchup we wanted to see, it is going to really come down to the mid lane play.
All right, we'll see if that comes to fruition right here. Of course, the Jarvan is unstoppable during Cataclysm, so it really depends on how Holo can pull off his combos. We do have a 5-point spread just in the early game here. Looking across the map, we get some shots of the runes. Nothing too spectacular, and I do think everyone will be paying attention to how Shiromine is going to be playing this top lane against the Gnar.
Yeah, also looks like he has water walking, so perhaps they're trying to really control this top half of the map, which would be a slightly different approach than how they've typically played out these games, which have been usually mid and bot lane focused. And then for Frank Esports, I mean, Holo does have a wide variety of options when it comes to ganking these lanes. He can gank in that top lane against a Zilean if the Zilean's ever over pushed. Can also get stuck in a trap where he shoves in the wave a little bit too prematurely, because the bombs can shove the wave pretty rapidly, and you can get stuck in some weird lane positions. So Holo has a couple of options as far as where he wants to attack, and we'll see. I feel like Frank Esports, they are a composition that would like to get early advantages because of the scaling power of a Jinx, Azir, and Zilean.
All right, we'll see how they do with the bottom lane, but we do have a bit of light trading going on both sides. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Karino, welcome back to the PCS. Yeah, last time he's played was in the LSC in 2019, and it seems like Pretender is giving him a really warm welcome. Not what you expect to see early on from Orianna versus Azir, to be frank. Usually Azir wins the early push, but Pretender does change that. Both mid laners going with the Ahri, and Shiromine, meanwhile, in the top lane, missing some CS, but he is shoving the wave in, and with that water walk, I just can't wait to see some Zilean time bomb ganks. That just seems so incredibly fun to me.
Yeah, I am very keen to see how this top lane Zilean will perform. And for the side of Frank Esports, of course, like Pretender, that was a really sick trade in the mid lane, but it's kind of a matter of what he can get off of that, since both mid laners are, of course, running the Corrupting Potion, and looks like Holo is already making his way down. I don't know if this is going to be a dive opportunity, because they are kind of at tower, and early on that dive with a Rakan is incredibly difficult to pull off, even though you do have a lot of CC.
We do have to pay close attention to the HP bars here. Clay X keeping topped off and does hit level 3, which should mean the dive probably isn't going to happen for Holo. And in the meantime, they do spot out Xin Zhao on the map. Oh, no, sorry, they don't spot out, but they do ping him out on the map. And it seems like the gank is still going to come through. K2 does find Philia. The Ignite goes down. 2 more auto attacks. Blade Storm doesn't do it. And Philia stays alive. Blade Caller, excuse me.
Oh, that was really, really close for the side of Frank Esports. Unfortunately, they don't get that kill, and they also expend the flash onto M&M, which is going to be key, because now Caspiel has a window of opportunity to try and swing things.
Clay X still might be the target right here, but he's one auto attack off again. 7-9. escaping their meeting with death. Once more, Caspiel does have to come down here, and Holo. Oh, Caspiel actually tried to go in for that. Holo will find the knock-up, and Caspiel might have made a mistake here. Felia, no flash here, but does survive in the end.
Oh my. Sem9 are a little bit too eager right now to tussle. I think they also are feeling a little bit of the crunch coming in, knowing that this is their best opportunity to A, get that first win, and also B, they need this win to keep their playoffs dreams alive. So perhaps feeling a little bit of the pressure here, but now, you know, you look at the summoners burn down in this bottom lane. No flash on Nautilus, no flash on Caspiel, so certainly two targets you can try and take advantage of, especially given that Pretender has shown he can get control of that mid wave.
Holo is going to get the Cataclysm with the bot lane of Sem9 being completely flashless. That is going to be massive. It's something we should pay attention to. Meanwhile, Philia trying to catch Pretender off guard, as Pretender has been pushing very deep into this mid lane. Isn't going to find a chance, and K2 will cover the flank. So far, Frank Esports just winning across all three lanes. We see the CS just piling up at this point. Eminem coming back to lane with a pretty massive buy here with the Serrated Dirk and the Tear of the Goddess already completed.
Yeah, a really big purchase for him. And is also sort of the reason why we've seen Xayah come back, is that she does have a really strong lane phase with this setup. Being able to have a lot of poke, you outrange the Jinx in the lane phase until Jinx gets a lot more levels and gets the extra range coming in from leveling up her Q. But another gank set up.
Oh, Holo isn't even going to wait for level 6. A very easy first blood right here. You can see that Felia knew he was dead, goes forward instead of backwards, embraces death as it comes over him. His screen turns gray, and so does Sem9 a lot of their hopes. That's a bot lane that's very difficult to come back from, given the lead and the itemization here.
Yeah, just the dynamic of the lane, of course. Xayah being more lane-oriented right now with the current build, and just the fact that Nautilus is a relatively unforgiving champion once you are behind. That's going to make things very difficult for the Sem9 bottom lane, and unfortunately, Felia is just that positioning, not quite it. As Kurt trying to take advantage of a low mana bar coming in from Shiromine, but unfortunately unable to really stick on there. And we can kind of see why this Zilean pick has been locked in, because even with this lane positioning and shoving out in sort of a possible gankable spot, they know, like, Frank Esports, they're spending most of their time bot side. And Kurt, he isn't just going to solo kill you out of the blue.
That's definitely true, but I still feel like just simply utility from the top laner, I'm not sure it's worth it. Like, when you think about utility or smite tops, at least they gank and roam early, but a pure utility top laner, ooh, Clayax might have some surprises for him in that brush. Has to burn the heal. Featherstorm comes down, and Clayax has to burn his flash once more.
Yeah, and very key is the EXP gap as well here. Level 6 to level 5. Both of these supports looking to make a roam over towards that Rift Herald and try and set up some sort of Rift Herald play, but down in this bottom lane, like, Eminem is just really asserting his dominance here. So Sem9 looks like they have positioning, early positioning onto this Rift Herald. It's just a matter of Frank Esports, do they want to contest, with Pretender being a little bit far from the action.
This is going to be a 4v3 that Sem9 hold an advantage over. No Narbar, and Pretender trying to rush towards the scene. Eminem, however, is going to take that opportunity to just find a solo kill in the bottom side. Easy as that. In the meantime, Sem9 do take away the Herald, but they did leave their AD carry for dead. It's just a trade that is relatively interesting. How do you see that trade going down there? What does Sem9 need to do to make it worthwhile?
Yeah, I mean, the issue with the Seb 9 securing Herald here is just wondering what lane are you playing for with this Herald, because if you get all the turret plates and that first tower gold, then you essentially recoup what you've lost. But
here we go again, round 2. This
again.
is the life of 80 carry. Welcome to the PCS Clayax. He dies for the second time within 1 minute. And that trade ended up essentially being 2 kills, first tower for Herald. I think Frank Esports are very happy with that trade.
They are extremely pleased with that trade. And getting extra gold onto an Azir, while isn't that bad, like, it accelerates your mid game just a little bit, but there's really no one on their squad that just fully takes advantage of this extra gold. So it feels like Frank Esports had the correct read and said, hey, you know, yes, you guys get the Rift Herald, but it actually doesn't do a whole lot for you. And given that we're able to get equal amount of plates, or at least for now it's more plates, and in the aspect of getting 2 kills, that's also equal to about 4 plates. So you just got so much extra gold on the side of Frank Esports, and Sub9 weren't able to create any tempo off of that play of getting Herald.
That was 2,000 gold into the pockets of Frank Esports after that trade. We also had the gold graph pop up. Of course, Eminem was in the lead there. He got his first mythic item. He also bought an extra tier too at 10 minutes. So this guy is very far ahead of the curve. And you can tell Sub9 are not trying to hold on to that bot lane tower much at all. Already roaming Felia towards mid lane, trying to get something elsewhere. In the meantime, Frank Esports are doing a triple lane push at this point. They have all of their lanes covered, full river control. It just seems like Sub9 are scrambling to find somewhere to get back onto the map. Where can they really go with this composition?
And that's the hard part, right? Because you have a Jinx who isn't at all in position to hit item spikes. Felia's probably dead again.
Actually goes for the straight 1v2. No support, no problems, as Felia nearly just dies there. Eminem not afraid, has a sustain to keep himself topped up. And meanwhile in the top lane we have a very similar story. Kurt going for a very early legendary item in the Hullbreaker. He's going to be dominating his lane. Finally, Caspiel is going to try to put a stop to Eminem and his happy times right here. It's a 3v1. What can Eminem do? He dodges out of the ultimate, gets a stun down, but will still fall down. Holo gets the first kill. K2 coming in to mop things up. Can they find a second? Will be a double for Holo. Pops into stasis. Probably didn't really even need that one, but wanted some time to flex the emotes.
Definitely a bit of a mistake when it comes to using that stopwatch, but I don't think he's going to face big consequences from it, because usually when you get that stopwatch, it's...
Oh, what a flash! Outfakes the play, but the Sand Soldiers actually stop Kirino from being sucked closer into the middle of the lane. Kind of interesting interaction right there. In the meantime, Frank Esports continuing to march their advantage forward as they take away the Infernal, and Kurt is just having a field day in the top lane.
Yeah, so the issue with these supportive style top laners is the fact that usually you want to... Your itemization does not play very well with going up against Hullbreaker top laners. And even if this was the 12-5 version of Hullbreaker, I would say that Kurt should go Hullbreaker anyways, even on that nerf version, because of the fact that it's just a really good tool to punish these top laners that are really only offer some sort of wave clear, but don't actually offer any threat to you, and you can just really push with impunity up top side.
Push with impunity. That's something that Singapore would really like to hear these days. But I was just mentioning that one because if Sub9 do drop here, it does massively improve Impunity's chances. If they win, they're actually just out of reach of Sub9. So, you know, pivotal games for both of our LST representatives coming in. In the meantime, we have another 3-man hit squad coming in from Eminem, but he will have some help from K2. Caspiel still decides to go in, pops the Crescent Guard early. He does survive a lot of the damage. Eminem can't let the damage onto Caspiel, but is still forced away. In the meantime, Holo is going to get something on the top side for this. Shiromine, the target of this gank, gets slowed down. He still has a Chrono Shift to stay alive here, but Holo isn't going to let him walk away for that long. Gets slowed once again with the Golden Aegis. He is ticking down, and the Challenger's Smite takes him in the end.
Yeah, Shiromine taking the death there. That's going to exacerbate Sub9's issues because of the fact Kurt is going to be able to break his top tower. Also, of course, has a 40 CS lead, so he's been in a very comfortable spot. And so far, we haven't gotten to see this Zilean really get put into action because he's just been stuck in top lane, which is why, you know, we see him played in the support role, in the mid lane role, not just because of certain lane phases, but also just the fact that you're closer to the action that's going to happen on the map.
Ooh, no respect paid towards the Emperor of Shurima. Pretender once again sidesteps the ultimate and just forces him out of lane. He's not really looking for the kill, but he's happy to have a free PvE moment in the mid lane there.
Yeah, and a lot of the times they aren't getting kills, but if you get an extra 2 waves of EXP and gold, you will slowly just grind out those kill equivalent advantages. So really well done from Pretender on that end. Has a 40 CS lead in the mid lane, and also has that completed Luden. So usually you look at something like the Orianna Shockwave, first fight might not usually be that explosive, but now that he has the completed Ludens, there certainly is a lot of wombo potential coming in from this Cataclysm Shockwave combo.
Jarvan definitely one of the best ball holders in the game. Sub9 are setting up for a trap, but they find a trap themselves. We have K2 going into the back line. Pretender, Shockwave is there. He gets 2. Caspiel nearly down, but Sub9 are making a great fight of this one. Holo goes into the back line, finds Shiromine. There's no Chrono Shift onto him. Caspiel's Chrono Shift times out, and Holo with the triple kill and the target selection. Great play from Frankie Sports Jungler.
What a fantastic read coming in from Frankie Sports on that fight. They see that the Chrono Shift come down just a little bit early on Caspiel, and instantly they turn for the backline, knowing that there's just no escape on this Zilean pick. Already burned the flash much earlier on that play around blue buff, and Caspiel, I mean, he's trying to get the Chrono Shift off by forcing his way onto the carries, but it's just not enough. They're able to wait it out, but we get to see the replay of this fight. Once again, the Cataclysm coming down onto ClayX. He is a Jinx that has been put behind, so he doesn't have a whole lot of options to escape in that situation. And then we get to see the early Chrono Shift come down onto Caspiel. They instantly just turn their attention over to Shiromine, and that's the first action we've seen, or the first team fight we've seen. And so far, it looks like Frankie Sports are in complete and utter control of this game.
I think that team fight was a great reason why you should not be picking Zilean in top lane. He just provides so little. He got 1 time bomb off, and a Chrono Shift that didn't help. So,
yeah,
I really want to know.
I mean, I can find
thinking
reason
behind
if
it.
you're going to pull the Zilean to mid a lot more often, or try and roam with this champion, because he does move around the map very
In the meantime, though, I do have to stop you there with Caspiel. We do have some action. I'm sorry, I got a little bit too hyphy. I thought he might be going down, but Frankie Sports, respect the Zilean.
Yeah, they at least have to give some respect, but now he's gone.
Chrono
No
Shift.
respect.
There was no time to even save the jungler right there. He just... that was an interesting move by Caspiel. I feel like the concept of object permanence would probably prevent you from face-checking that brush twice, but yeah, he played that very callously. You went in again, he died without even getting to press his R.
Yeah, he certainly was a little bit free-spirited in his approach to re-entering the jungle. And now Frank Esports at 19 minutes, they've almost got a 10k gold lead. So this is a very oppressive lead, also given the fact that you have Cloud Soul on the table. It's just a whole lot of movement speed, and also importantly, the slow resistance is really nice against a champion like Zilean, who predicates a lot of his power on being able to play around move speed manipulation.
Definitely has been the case here. At least now the Zilean is moving with the rest of the team, so there could be some fun combos that we could see. You can put your time bombs on your allies, try to get stuns that way. So let's just see if Shiromine has some other tricks up his sleeve that we haven't been privy to just yet. In the meantime, K2, even though they're only traveling as a two-man, they're willing to go super aggressive, and for good reason there, as Eminem takes half HP off of Felia with a simple clean daggers, double daggers exchange right there. Meanwhile, Kurt in the bot lane, completely unopposed. He does have that Wit's End completed and the Hull Breaker. He doesn't really fear these mages. There is no opposition in his way, and Holo gets to drop a super deep Herald just 20 minutes into the game. Let's see if this big push from Frank Esports. Caspiel nearly taken down to 0 HP. The Chrono Shift will come in handy. K2 knocks everyone up again, but Holo went too deep. That's going to be a massive shutdown. And in the meantime, Eminem does find 2 kills. So it will be a 2-for-1, but without the Herald, without Holo, Sem9 hold on.
Yeah, and I mean, at the very least, Sem9 do get to hold on to the rest of their base that doesn't get penetrated in that regard. But red buff from ClayX does get the slow, but it's not going to be enough. Interestingly enough, we do see, of course, the Wit's End approach coming in from Kurt, but oh my god, Eminem is just he's an absolute unit.
We were talking about red buffs. Eminem was like, oh, thanks for holding my red buff for me. That was very nice of you. And he promptly just, I think that was a 3-shot. Auto attack, Q, auto attack. I think maybe Blade Collar was used there, but still.
Yeah, the burst damage on this champion is nuts, especially, of course, with the lethality. And I don't know about that one, Felia.
You tried. You tried.
He wanted that ward really, really fast. Caspiel is also not in for a good time. And all in all, Sem9 are in not a fun time. Even against a no mythic Gnar. Because he could just go Wit's End against these solo laners and just say, yeah, whatever. You don't have the damage to deal with me.
Super Mega Death Rocket. A little bit too early, doesn't find anything. I wholeheartedly agree with you on the Wit's End points and everything that has happened so far. I'm just in a little bit of a... I think I'm in shock by how free Frank Esports has been able to play this game. They have thrown Trigger Discipline to the wind. They know they can just fire away their ultimates. Completely disregarding their cooldowns. They don't really care at this point. And they can kill anyone. So, this feels like...
Yeah. And the big thing is, like, they can dump a lot of cooldowns on just trying to kill Caspiel, because if they secure that kill onto Caspiel, what can Sem9 do? Because then your front line is just a Nautilus, and Nautilus at level 9, 23 minutes into the game, that's really just nothing. He is just completely paper, so he's not real frontline in that regard, and you're very comfortable just, again, just pushing like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, we could be seeing the final push develop here from Frank. They are pushing into the base at 2 different lanes.
3 lanes.
Oh, yeah, make that 3 as Pretender. He does decide to group with the rest of the team. Both inhibitors going down without a fight from Sem9. They're trying to goad Frank Esports into the Nexus Towers. This is where they can make their strongest stand. I'm looking for the Emperor's Divide, potentially from Carino. Can they find a chance to execute? They dodge out on Pretender. Shockwave Filia goes in, but doesn't find a target.
Paper.
Eminem is trying to get taken down here. He goes low, but stays alive in the end. Carino has to use the Emperor's Divide in a defensive fashion. Caspiel is down. The Nexus Towers are next to fall. and we still have a teleport from Kurt potentially if he wants to continue this fight. Emote flash from Frankie Sports, but they're not going to go for the risky play. Carino with the substitute tower, the Sun Disc keeps the Nexus intact.
Regardless, it's a 15k gold lead for the side Frankie Sports. They're in a very domineering position, so this game feels like it's only a matter of time for them to close out, as they will be able to fall back and get themselves a Cloud Soul as well at 25 minutes. It's relatively early. They've delayed it to a certain degree, but Cloud Soul also means that they can move around the map incredibly quickly and just try and catch people out. It makes Kurt incredibly hard to lock down, especially now that he does have a Mythic completed, and it is the Triforce, so much damage on this Gnar. It is something we've wanted to see from Kurt, just play more individualistic, because it feels like his rotational and team play is relatively on point, but sometimes even if he wants to play for the team, because he falls so far behind in lane, it's not very effective. But here, I mean, it's just not even close.
Yeah, Eminem able to side split that top lane without any regard for Felia's feelings, and we have a two-man Shockwave nearly decimating the front line from Sem9. Caspiel manages to stay alive with the Crescent Guard, but not for long. The Nexus is exposed, and that's a massive three-man knockback from Kurt. They're not only going to take the Nexus, they're going to get the ace as well. 22-3, Frankie Esports make short work of Sem9 in a rather strong statement game. Probably the best games that we have seen from Holo and Kurt this entire split.
Yeah, good performances from players that have somewhat underperformed for this squad, and yet another amazing performance coming in for Pretender. He's shown that he has the ability to contend against some of the elite mid laners in our league, but also when it comes to playing some of these lower tier teams, he's just been absolutely suffocating in his matchup. So really impressive to see from him.
I'm just saying, one of these days he's gonna find a win on Vex. I believe, because that's his best champion, and so far he's 0-3 on the champion. Sometimes the stats can be very just kind of fooling the viewers here. Looking at the ban picks, again, I do want to talk a little bit about the Zilean and maybe some of your opinions on how this pick should have worked out. We did see the runes, there was Riverwalk, but no Smite. So what do you think about the setup? What do you think about top lane Zilean in general?
I think if you're playing top lane Zilean, you should be looking to shove in top wave once you hit that breakpoint on Zilean and just constantly invade topside. But again, because of the 2v2 kill down in that bot lane, Sem9 were really forced in a position that they had no other choice than to try and bail out their Jinx, because that's the crux of their late game damage, right? And it means that they can't focus their attention on trying to facilitate the Xin pick. So a lot of that utility that we could have potentially seen got taken away because of the transgressions in that bottom lane.
On paper, it seemed like a somewhat decent combo. You think about Xin Zhao going in, no regard to his own life, it's just like, be a man, and he charges up, and then you have Zilean time bomb stunning. Like, it all seems to work on paper, but then you actually see the game, and the Zilean never gets to push his lane. Xin Zhao is locked into the bottom side of the map. And that just kind of falls apart. So, great points you bring up right here. I do want to mention, again, for Sem9, they are currently on a 0-14 streak. And if Impunity do manage to win their game against Hurricane Gaming later today, that will mean that Sem9 officially will be out of playoffs. So right now, Sem9 are the biggest Hurricane Gaming fans on the planet. Taking a look at the damage charts right here. Very one-sided. There was never a lead coming in from the side of Sem9. Maybe a blip in the early game, but we know those don't really count. And the damage numbers really tell the story here.
Yep, the two carries on Frankie Sports, Pretender on the Orianna, and Eminem on the Xayah. Xayah is at least in this current iteration with the lethality build, you have to maximize your lane dominance, and Eminem clearly did, as he just steamrolled that bottom lane, even in a 1v2 moment down bot.
Came back with the 5-minute serrated Dirk and the Tear of the Goddess, started stacking from there, and he just never stopped. There were so many moments where he was able to turn 1v2s, 1v3s. This pick went ahead is truly frightening. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Zayas coming back onto the Rift here. Congratulations for the MVP.
Yeah, and this Xayah pick makes a lot of sense in our current PCS meta, which is a lot about the early and mid game. When you look at other leagues, they have a little bit more focus towards the mid to late game, but here in PCS, it's about getting early tempo and it's about attacking that bottom lane, and Xayah is the perfect setup to take advantage of both of those trends.
That's definitely true, and we might be seeing more of her in our next matchup of the Gs. We have the OGs in PSG, and also the young Gs in DCG coming up right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
Wake up in a different room. Mascara on the pillow. Midnight, flowers bloom. Never on the down low. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game. A knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops on the dance floor. Your kiss is dangerous. I'm walking on a wire. You're just the same as me, dancing in the fire. When you play with fire, when you mess with something out of control, you're a cheating liar and you're gonna get burned. When you fan the flames, when you spark the fuse and set it alight, you know the game. A knife to a gunfight, and a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. In a heartbeat. Did I make you crazy? Did you love me or need somebody to hold? Won't see me cry no more. I'll leave my teardrops on the dance floor. My teardrops.
teardrops on the dance floor.
Now the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste. We will elevate. Blowing up the blue skies, journey to
This is what we have all been waiting for. The battle between the two best teams currently in the PCS, PSG versus DCG, Deep Cross Gaming, for those that you don't know, holding number 1 and number 2 position respectively right here. Last time around, and honestly only last week, it wasn't that close as we saw PSG edge out Deep Cross Gaming in terms of the team fight. But if Deep Cross find a win here, they could tie, and they could be looking at a potential tiebreaker at the end of a split to see who gets the side selection choice throughout the entirety of their playoff run. A lot at stake right here, but before we dive even deeper into it, we have to thank our sponsors, our organizer Ride Games, Carry Live Co, Garena, and of course to our main sponsor CTBC Bank and Caliber. Frank, are you hyped? Are you excited for this matchup?
I am incredibly stoked because of not just the matchup itself, there's also so many consequences of this matchup, right? If DCG do take the loss here, it opens the door for Flying Oyster and J-Team, and maybe even Beyond Gaming to try and climb up that ladder and contest for that second position, because it's the top 2 slots seem pretty locked in PSG and DCG, but if DCG do take a loss, it opens the door for other teams to try and get that bye position.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot to lose here for DCG. If they end up in second, that means they get a bye from the first round. They can start in the second round of the upper bracket right here. But, you know, talking about their match that we had last time around, where do you think Deep Cross Gaming needs to improve to overtake PSG?
I think their drafts, when it comes to just playing for standard, I actually don't like their drafts that much. It feels too tunneled in onto the Rise Hecarim, and they kind of build around those pieces. But as we get to see on their screen, the lineup for PSG, this time they're going to be on red side. We'll see how they prioritize those 2 picks in particular in the ban phase, because DCG have really put a lot of emphasis on that Rise.
It does seem like Rise is the most picked for both of these players. We thought Bay was pretty much a Rise one trick at the start of the split. Between him and Juhan, Rise Lee Sin is kind of the most favorite combo when they're playing together. So we'll see who gets the Rise and what they can impact the map with that pick. I feel like both of these players do tend to roam around a lot. You know, Bay showcasing a great Vex, and of course on the same time, Nesty, we have that Twisted Fate, and we also have that Bard.
Yeah, the Bard won't really be much of a factor when it comes to these drafts, at least lately, because of the changes to the Smite playstyle. They could still potentially bring it out, but I think it's going to be a strategy that's going to be put on the shelves for now. And yeah, the TF pick is the really interesting one coming in from Nesty. Of course, a pretty legacy player. It is one of those big champs that have seen a lot of prominence in the other regions, Clement, but we just haven't seen a whole lot in the PCS in particular.
Definitely true. Seems to be lacking in the early drafting phase. Of course, it was nerfed later on, but Still, not a lot of people going for the Twisted Fate outside, of course, Nesty. We're going to be going into the ban phase, very standard fare from PSG when Zeri taken off the table. But from DCG, a very clear focus onto Bay, targeting his Ari and the Rise as you anticipated. Could be the Vex going next.
Maybe the Syndra?
Oh, actually going to take away Lee Sin from Juhan, which is interesting pick. A lot of top priority picks still open right here. We've seen the Jinx be FP for a lot of these teams, and also the Xin Zhao still on the table. DCG get their first pick here. It does look like they will just be going on the Jinx train. It does seem to be just the best AD carry overall when you don't have the Zeri. And we could be seeing Unified just going back to the Xayah again. It seems to work very well for him.
Yeah, both the Xayah and the Philios left available. They'll go ahead, lock in the Xin. So the best jungler in the game, and they'll go ahead and lock in the Xayah. So it leaves, of course, you could go for the Rakan here on 3 for the side of PSG, or you could look for maybe an answer to whatever DCG decide to pull out here for 2 and 3. For DCG, you're looking, I would say, for jungler, maybe the J4, but J4 into Xayah, not necessarily the finest, but it does look like they're hovering the Leona. So you could look for Leona TF here for Nesty. I think TF would obviously kind of lock in their playstyle that they want to attack these side lanes, but given that you already have decent lockdown potential with the Leona, you have really good roam possibilities with just the TF Leona combination if you want to attack top side as well.
It seems like they will be holding on to that mid lane pick later. I like this in TCG drafts, is that you could just hold Nesty until like the 5th pick and make the opponent waste 2 extra bans because they don't really know what you're going to play. And this is going to be a treat. We haven't seen Kaiwing go for the Rakan in quite a while, but we are going to get the Lovers duo being selected here. Very strong in lane with the Deadly Plumage. Very good in roaming. PSG, they have all of their points covered. They could be going for a tempo playstyle, which is a throwback to 2021. I just miss their old playstyle. Their current playstyle is pretty nice, but it's slow. It's slow, and I'm an LPL guy. I like fast gaming. You gotta go quick. They're gonna ban the Galio.
Yeah, they target the Galio. I would expect them to go ahead and target the TF as well. 2 picks that are, very roaming focused here. I don't really expect it to come out from Bay. For the side of DCG, they've already banned away the Gnar. I would also expect them to ban away the Gangplank unless if they want to snag the Gangplank themselves here on their double pick. But Tryndamere comes off the table. It could also signal for PSG that they'll just go ahead, blind pick Gangplank, but no, Gangplank will get removed off the table here. So I think the pick here that's clear to me is, what do we do about this TF matchup? Do we have a counter pick into TF? Are we comfortable playing the Syndra into TF? Because Syndra into TF is a pretty good matchup for Syndra, but it's really just about attacking the map here, as DCG will, as expected, lock in the TF, and they pair it up. The pairing is what's also going to be key, and they combine it with the Camille.
This is such a fun composition here. Both teams going for a lot of pick potential. We have the Twisted Fate Leona combo like you were mentioning, and on the other side, PSG, here's the big pick. He said Syndra, but it seems like Bay has something different in mind here. Has played a couple Syndra games to split already. The Talia would be completely new. Twisted Fate, the Silas would be a counter that we have seen quite a bit at Worlds. Another kind of slow scaling pick coming out from Bay, and he does lock it in.
A classic pick here, taking that Silas into the TF. But what is interesting about this PSG composition is that it is insanely low range. So this Trundle pick actually gets a whole lot of value depending on how some of these fights are set up. For PSG, it's going to come down to a lot to these dive setups and being able to really go on a moment's notice. They have a lot of speed to their engage with Xin, with Rakan, with the Silas ultimate being able to snag away the ultimatum or that global from TF. So the possibilities are certainly there. And for the side of DCG, it's clearly side lane focused because you have a TF. So it's about attacking the side lanes and getting either the Jinx or most likely the Camille ahead.
Yeah, it does seem like they're going to rely a lot on Camille just dunking over Hanabi, and I just think that's kind of the missing ingredient to our split so far. We just haven't had people dunking on Hanabi, you know. Ozzy has been on PSG, PK retired, and Lee Kai is sitting on the bench of Beyond Gaming, and it's just like, where is the dunking of Hanabi? That just hasn't been happening this split whatsoever.
Yeah, our top lane talent has really condensed as far as the talent from last split coming in here. So a lot of the good teams double dipping in the top lane pool, which means that naturally a lot of these top laners that were good already and, you know, kind of middle of the pack from last split have, you know, risen all the way to the top because there's just not been enough competition.
Leaky is definitely going to be one of them. He still holds the best laning stats in the league, and I think he's going to be a lot happier with this matchup. At least he's not going on the Malphite versus the Gnar. A couple things to notice here. Hana actually going to go for the lethal tempo. You know, usually we have seen Press the Attack be a little bit more favored on the Trundle, but what do you make of this one?
I mean, I think it's both of them are very dual focused, right? Because the press and attack also adds a little bit of burst of damage, but I would say the lethal tempo even more so because you don't give that extra damage boost to everyone else that's also attacking the target. So I hope to see DCG really play this mid jungle 2v2 and really attack Juhan, because while Juhan has had a good read of the map, sometimes he can still get caught out. Actually, a lot of times he can still get caught out and punished on an individual basis.
I will add a caveat to that. He usually gets caught out when they are massively ahead. So limit testing is what we will usually call that.
He's having his for fun moments.
Yeah, you have to have some of those, you know? You can't be a team like Invictus Gaming dominating your own region without having a couple of fun games, happy times here and there.
Yeah.
Just taking a look at the map right now. We do have DCG pushing in the first wave in the bottom side, and the jungle's going opposite directions right here. Lee kind of being left alone, while the Trundle does head for the bottom lane. And Nabi gonna hit level 2 early and just shove this in as is expected. Getting some good trading on the Leaky as well. 2 free shots across the minion wave. Good angling from Hanabi here.
Another interesting thing that I just like to point out is the fact that Nesty, he's actually gone for the Ignite. So he has the Unsealed Spellbook, which will still give him access to that teleport, but he's actually focused the Ignite just to make sure he's able to still secure himself the ability to trade in this mid lane and perhaps deter all-ins coming in from Bay, because usually when you look at this Sylas TF matchup, if the Sylas does get onto TF, TF doesn't have really a whole lot of course of action to get him off of himself. So I am interested in seeing how this approach will go for him, given that both of these mid laners have shown a tendency not to opt for big 1v1s, and I'm not sure if that's the approach to take against Bay in particular.
Yeah, we'll see what he does with this one. He can definitely flex it into a lot of other summoners. Exhaust could be there for him as well. Find out later. In the meantime, we do have a scuttle split going into the direction of both junglers right here. And the bot lane might be pinched a little bit. Let's see if Hana tries to look for something here. No, just going to continue with his pathing on both sides on the map. Playing very safe on the side without their jungler. And Bay having a great time in this lane. You know, usually you do see Sylas is getting punished just a little bit in the matchup, but not so for Bay. He's going to stay very happy here, and Nesty deciding to hold on to some of those minion dematerializers as we have Woody going in for the trade. Kaiwing gonna block out the zap, and they're gonna turn it around. Ignite goes down onto Woody. Heal has to come out. Kaiwing flashes in for the first blood kill, and now Kriskata is the one being sandwiched by these compositions. Turns around a lot of damage, but that is the straight 2-0 for PSG's bot lane.
You just can't trade against early game Xayah right now. This champion is just so oppressive with the extra damage coming in from the Aerie, and DCG learned the hard way. Woody overextending himself, and now Nesty could come under fire as well.
Juhan taking the back route. They land the stun. The crowd control goes down. Nesty forced to flash away, and PSG winning across the bottom side of the map there. I really want to get a replay of that trade. That was so well played by Kaiwing as we come in again and see how he just blocks these abilities.
Yeah, nice little block there coming in from Kaiwing, eating that zap, and that actually makes a big difference, right? Because they almost get unified into kill range, and because of that extra reset, means that Unified is able to finish off the second kill as well. So a kill apiece for the bot lane duo. And that means we get to see Serrated Dirk and Tyr come out at 5.5 minutes. And once you hit that breakpoint on the Xayah, this lane becomes very, very unfun to play as the Jinx. So at this point for DCG, you're looking elsewhere. You're saying, hey, Woody, how fast can we attack that top lane? Because so far, it's not looking great to attack the bottom side.
Kaiwing gets the two-man stun. Bay is just going to fly into this one. He has the ultimate from Woody, and they just find another easy kill right there. I'm a little bit surprised that DCG would hang around so long, especially with Kaiwing right in their face, but they do, and PCG are happy to oblige.
Yeah. DCG not having a good start here, and this is not looking good for Leaky's chances
might find
to get snowballed.
just a turnaround onto Kaiwing. He's taking a lot of HP. The pillar goes down, but Kaiwing will survive on the battle dance. Even gets a flash from Hana. That's a tilt flash if I've ever seen one. Gets out completely scot-free.
Wow, okay. That was a really clean play coming in from Kaiwing to get himself out of a really sticky situation. Being caught out that deep, able to make it out, and like PSG, they are out to a 1,500 gold lead. We'll see how fast they try to push this advantage, because last time around, they were pretty patient. I mean, in general, PSG has been pretty patient in pushing tempo. They tend to look for either the second Herald or the second or third Dragon to really turn on the Jets and really shove their advantages. So I would expect to see the same, but if it were to come earlier, it would come on this first Herald, in my opinion.
All right, we'll see if PSG do head there. I just can't get over Kaiwing these fights. Like in the first trade, you know, he deadly plumage, you force Woody to the side of the wall, easy blade collar. It's just a treat watching Kaiwing actually pilot this Rakan here. And as you mentioned, he does have a lot of ability to just leave the lane. We did see a very similar thing in our first game, and I hope we're not going to get a similar result. I do want our match between our top two teams to be a little bit closer than what we've seen earlier on, but as our observers are here, I have to think that we are going to get a big trade happening sometime soon. We'll be just a straight up 2v2. In the meantime, DCG are going to preemptively start this Herald. Very interesting move. They want to take the 3v3 and get it into a win, because the bot lane certainly isn't going to do it by itself.
Yeah, but the issue is, of course, Nesty on this TF is good at
they find the stun onto Juhan. Gold card goes down. No damage just yet. Juhan ticking down. Will survive till now, and he gets the turnaround kill on Leaky. Stays alive until the Super Mega Death Rocket. That's going to be 2 kills over to PSG. They are rolling through this game.
Oh, last time around, it was that second Rift Herald that spelled the doom for DCG. But this time around, it's the first Rift Herald that might spell their doom once more, as now PSG out to a 2k gold lead. And while the Rift Herald didn't go down, just getting those 3 additional kills, another one onto the Xayah is incredibly important. I mean, DCG, go for that play, just saying, hey, we need to force a play somewhere. But TF is one of those picks where you want to keep the map split up as much as possible because you can always cheat priority. But the issue is, if everyone's kind of grouped up, like, Silas always wins that trade, for sure. And if he doesn't have to do any extra work in stealing the TF ultimate to make rotations, like, more power to him.
Yeah, that was... they had such a short window to actually make that play work, and to be honest, I feel like DCG nearly made it work. It was just Hana and his pillar was a couple pixels off. If he locked down Juhan, that would have been for sure just like kill right off the bat, but didn't really work.
A little bit closer.
Yeah, they lose the kills, but they still hold on to the Herald at the very end, though at massive expense to their bot lane. So, not sure if this is worth it.
Yeah, you look at this bot lane evaluation now, you're down 15 CS in the 80 carries. Yes, you were able to find 1 kill back for Cascada, and he does have double buffs to his name, but it's still 2 kills onto the Xayah, and also having now the additional move speed coming in from the boost of swiftness is going to make this champion even more difficult to lock down. So, problems all around. But we'll see if DCG are able to make some sort of play up top side and perhaps get Leaky that solo tower, or if they just push bot lane and try and funnel a little bit more gold into Cascada, but it's not going to make up the difference is the real issue.
We do have a double charge here being shared between Cascada and the jungler, so at least 160 gold going his way. But then in the meantime, we just have PSG with so much more mobility into the bottom side of the map. We can see the deep wards being strung here. DCG trying to group together and look for a fight, but I'm not sure this is one that they can actually win. PSG are perfectly happy to just start this Drake right in front of their faces.
Yeah, PSG will be able to secure this dragon really easily. It is a late dragon though, as it is 11.5 minutes into the game. So, Dragon Soul won't necessarily be an issue for DCG to contend with. And now we're looking at a 3v3 down in this bottom lane. If they overextend from the side of PSG, it is still possible for a pick like Trundle to fully capitalize on any overextensions because of his ability to steal away stats and his ability to warp terrain with the pillar.
So it does look like PSG are not going to risk their chances here. We saw a lot of pings from Bay notifying the rest of the team that Twisted Fate was missing. So PSG just go with the safe and sound route, the 2-man game against his tower. They will take that down eventually. And right now in the game, I am keeping close attention to my Destiny Gate timer. Usually you want that Destiny Gate at 7 minutes and like 30 seconds. But we haven't seen one this game so far. I wonder when Nesty is going to pull the trigger and try to make this work. It's actually going to be Bay with the Destiny Gate, forcing the flash away from Nesty. And I'm sorry, but that original Destiny Gate still isn't coming out.
Yeah, now Woody's just dead, so so long to him. But yeah, I would agree. This is one of the power points of course, having the Silas is that he can get access to the Destiny Gate much faster than the TF itself. And now with Destiny Gate, they're looking for a top lane play, but Hanabi's already ahead of the play. Can he get out though?
Nabi still has his flash, so worst comes to worst, he can probably still try to flash it. And Nabi popping down the smoke screen, the ult comes down, flashes out.
Oh, Kai Wing's too good!
And in comes Kai Wing. Nesty does find the kill at the very end, but at what cost as Bay flies in across the Krug walls. He's going to take down one. Leaky has to flash out, and Bay does want blood. He sees red in his eyes. Leaky finds Unified around the corner.
Oh, Woody's
someone
too
he
far
wants to meet, and Woody has to flash out as well. Everyone flashing out, everyone just ditching the train, getting off the clown car, and it's a full escape from DCG.
Oh, I feel like DCG, they really misunderstood their timing windows. I feel like They needed to attack top lane much earlier, and now that you have the completed Hullbreaker onto the Graves, he's just so much more difficult to take down. Again, remember, this is 12-4, so Hullbreaker did not experience its changes, so it's in full force of durability. Just look at how long it takes for them to get that kill. It's just way too long. Your time to kill is just, if it's that long, it allows PSG to respond. So PSG respond in kind, and now DCG are like, everyone's out of position then.
I have to say, that was the most half-hearted attempt at killing Hanabi I have ever seen. Like, it just took so long. Bay coming in for the kill. Both Everfrost not finding their target, but it doesn't matter. Juhan there with the 3-talent strike is going to knock up Nesty and leave the mid lane completely wide open for PSG. Whew. You know, the more things change, the more they stay the same. PSG absolutely dominating DCG this game, already up to a 5,000 gold lead, and that's about to get a lot larger as the top lane tower and the mid lane tower are not long for this world.
But yeah, and if you look at DCG's like power spikes, it's around either 3 items onto the Jinx, or it's once Leaky gets his 2-3 items and he's able to 1v1 the Graves up in that top side. But so far they are very far from either of those breakpoints, and they weren't able to accelerate any of their side lanes with this TF pick. So they are really starved out of options at the moment. And for PSG, now you can kind of just take the game as you want because of how many advantages you currently have on the map, and how much stronger you are going to get, because DCG, their only option to ease their way back into the game is side lane. Well, PSG, their side lane is very far ahead.
Nesty standing on a ward right here. DCG go in, but they're walking into a death trap. Bay flies into the back line, gets the first pick on Hana. Leaky goes in, but he can't find the target right off the bat. Juhan stays alive for a very long time, but Kriskata is getting excited. He's waiting on the wings. He's trying to take down Bay. 2 more auto attacks will do it. Can he find the zap? He misses on this chain, and PSG are able to retreat. It will be a 1-for-2 trade. Still in the favor of PSG.
Oh, wow. That was actually just so close for Kriskata to just take over that fight. You saw that first kill go into his hands. If he gets that second one with Bay's removal, that would have changed the complexion of the fight completely because of how much extra gold is onto Bay. So he's a lot of their advantage. Yes, there's still a lot onto Unified, and you were kind of fighting into a choke point against Azaya, so there's always that turn potential there. But for DCG, they're close.
This is not looking so good. Bay flies in, and they're going to instantly take down the kill plus the Drake. Thank you very much. I think DCG thought it was much later in the game than it actually was. PSG with 3 members still on the map, very low cooldown timers. They make it to the fight, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of DCG, they were trying to punish death timers, but death timers at 17 minutes, not that long. So PSG able to just get right back onto the map. Kriskata is dead.
He does have the flash, so he should be fine here, but that was a good warning shot, and PSG do take down the mid lane. I do agree with you on like Kriskata probably being the out here for DCG, because let's be honest, the Camille plus Twisted Fate catch angle, that's in the bin. You're never going to see it this game. PSG are not going to split up. They're staying completely grouped here throughout most of these objective fights, and it seems like Kriskata is the sole hope of DCG taking over the top spot in the PCS.
Yeah, and there... Okay, we're going to get a pause. There was some hope for Leaky here, right? Because the setup was there for him. You get a Trundle, which is great at pinning low mobility champions. Graves, if he uses his dash a little bit too early, he's really just stuck there. Also, of course, gives you that extra wall for Camille to jump off of. And then you also have the TF. So the setup was there for the Camille to succeed. but they just completely missed their timing windows. They never attacked that lane early, and they invested resources down in that bottom lane. It feels very similar to the previous game. I hate to compare DCG to Sem9, but the way they've played out their jungle approach to the bot lane, very, very similar.
They're on different levels, but you can tell the delta between them and their opponent feels very similar. I feel like that's kind of the point you're trying to make. I wouldn't be surprised if we get another 22-3 game. I think that's definitely possible in the cards here. Yeah. Leaky is going to get spotted out, and we have a roaming 4-man hit squad onto the bottom lane. Hana 0 and 4 right now. He doesn't care about his own life. He's just going to clear these wards and make sure the rest of his team that are still worth 300 gold don't have to be the sacrificial lambs here. Leaky is going to be given some time to farm up, but at this point, it just feels so damn hard. We do have the Shirelia's Reverie being completed here. First mythic in the support slot coming in from Kaiwing. That just means a lot of quickness going in for PSG and their catch.
Yeah, for PSG, like, the speed of engage is immense with the extra Shirelias, with Rakan, with the Silas as well, being able to capture that Destiny Gate. So the speed of engage definitely there. And for DCG, that just makes playing the map even harder, right? Because you'd like to play side lanes, but if the collapse is going to come down from a Shirelia's Rakan, makes the game very, very hard to play.
I think we're still waiting on that Destiny Gate. We've seen one defensively, but we haven't seen any proactive Twisted Fates landing.
We're not going to see any for, like, if this game goes another 10 minutes, maybe we get to see a proactive one, but at this point, like, you're just saving it for if they start Baron. Okay, now we have vision of them doing Baron. It feels like your uses here are so limited because of how far behind overall this squad is.
His ultimate is basically Scryer's Orb. That's it. Like,
yeah, that feels a longer cooldown blue trinket.
Not where you wanted this game to go. I'm just trying to think of the situations where we could see DCG pulling ahead. I still feel like they have some chances in a straight-up 5v5 team fight. It's just going to be very difficult to deal with Bay at this point. Like, yep. There is a little bit of healing reduction. I don't think it's really enough on Leaky, to be honest, and Leaky's not likely going to be hitting Bay either. So, ooh, how do they deal with this situation? Or what are the outs that you have for DCG here?
I mean, your only out is to force PSG into a situation where you can capitalize on your TF Leona engage, and they might just go for
Juwan's going in for the 4-man Crescent Guard. They go on the side waves onto Woody. There's a lot of damage being traded back, and Nesty plus Cryscata are not getting targeted. That's the 2 kills. Leaky going in for the Hextech Ultimatum. Nesty goes for the surround, and Cryscata still chasing. Stop auto-attacking the minions. Stop auto-attacking the minions. Go forward. What are you doing, Cryscata? Please. We see the slowdown onto Unified. Cryscata trying to heal up. Bay with his Zayas. Okay. He might survive right here. He goes down. That's the shutdown.
Could be a Penta.
Hana
Quad?
He has the shield up. Tanking from Hana. Hana survives. And at the end of the day, DCG, they trade 1 for 3, I believe. A pretty good trade overall. But come on, Cryscata. You gotta go forward in those situations, man.
Oh, they could have taken just a little bit more, but once that first reset, this is, of course, the Jinx potential. Even into the Xayah here is, I mean, it's such a beautiful engage, though, coming in from Duhan, being able to get the split. I mean, that ult, really, really good, but again, this is kind of what we knocked him down for, is that sometimes when they're so far ahead, he goes for these really fancy plays that are a little bit excessive, and they get punished heavily in that situation.
He auto-attacked 7 times against the minions in a ward. Why? Cryscata could have gotten so much more, but we are have another team fight. Cryscata, you gotta redeem yourself. Good flame chompers this time around. His Flame Choppers last time was also super good. He got Kaiwing and Juhan, allowing the double kill and the chase down for the 5v3. This time around, both sides, a lot of cooler heads do prevail here. They do back out. We're going to take a look at Cascada's items. He's 4-1-1, almost going to his Infinity Edge, and PSG are not going to allow those 3 items to get online. They want to end the team fight here. They're setting up for a crucial big push. BCG are coming in. They catch out Kaiwing. Ultimate used by... Oh, no. Ultimate's still there by Hana. And PSG turn around. Looks like they don't want to fight just yet.
Yeah, they do have mid priority though, so I think they should be able to secure this mid tower, get themselves that extra bounty gold. Or Juhan might look for the engage.
Bay is definitely looking for it. The ultimate goes down. They force a flash out of Cascada, and that's the go button for PSG. Hanabi chasing them down, but they are still out of reach, at least for now.
DCG still in a difficult position, but we've seen the punish capabilities, right? If the side of PSG do overextend in some of these situations and force the dive too hard, then you have to get past these flame chompers that will be able to split the team. You can also, of course, throw the Trundle Pillar. So if you line up the Trundle Pillar along with the flame chompers, you really get to cover the entire width of a lane. So very difficult for the side of PSG's frontliners to back off and engage. If they go in, they're pretty committed in that regard. It's just a factor of, well, Woody could also end up overextending in that same vein because he is Leona, and there's really not a whole lot of dive offered to along with him on the rest of the squad.
So DCG does spot out the Baron take right here, and Kaiwing is in position. Most importantly, Bay might be coming from the back, and let's see if he can find the back line. They're going to start on Woody first. Woody goes down.
Can't get in.
There's not enough damage from DCG, and they can't force themselves through the ramp. Oh, Leaky will fly in onto Bay, though. Double Hextech ultimatums onto each other. PCG split up, giving DCG a great chance, and Bay goes down. DCG have found a potential play. Cascada hasn't been touched whatsoever. He's looking for his angle. They will hit mid priority, and once again, PSG, I don't know what they're really doing right here. Leaky flies in, finds a slow, but he could just be going down. What is happening with those engages? Collateral damage goes through, and DCG, they take it and they give it away.
Oh my lord, Clement, this is a back and forth mid game, but DCG are missing out on opportunities to really claw their way back, right? We're seeing them find ways back, but they're not getting the maximum out of these opportunities. They're really kind of just knocking out on the door rather than kicking the door down.
Yeah, it does seem like, you know, there's 8 people trying to play one game, and that's a really good dodge on the side of DCG. And then you have Leaky and Bay just playing catch on the other side. It's just like, you want to throw the game? Well, I'll throw it back to you, buddy. Don't worry. So, at the end of the day, PSG still come up pretty big with the Baron. You know, let's not lose sight of the big picture over there.
Yeah.
Couple interesting tussles here and there, but PSG still managed to get that critical objective before the Infinity Edge gets online for Cascada.
Yeah, but that's the clear thing, right? You mentioned Infinity Edge. Well, Cascada does have it built up now. And also, interestingly enough, for Bay, we actually see the Silas pick up the Lich Bane. So opting for, okay, 1v1 power.
Ultimatum onto Kaiwing. He gets stunned out. The ultimate goes down. Okay. Is he? Okay, does fall down.
Now they can turn.
The tactical hit right
here.
Cascada
can't get in the
has
fight,
no
though.
front line in front of him. Can they actually execute this one? Good Flame Choppers does buy him time. And the chase is here. But Nesty actually teleporting very timidly onto the... Okay, I thought he would go a lot deeper than that one. No, he's not going to do so. And they are just fighting over this Drake. It is going to be a 5v4. The slow comes down. Pillar goes through. Juhan, if he can find the steal, will secure the Ocean Soul for PSG. A huge minion wave, as we can see on our side screen. DCG, they have to go for this one. This is a do or die for them. They're definitely going to take this one. Objective gold already secured. and now it's about how to retreat back to their home base.
Man, what a massive victory, though, for DCG, for them to secure that dragon, be able to also get the extra kill gold, but now it's about defending their base, right? Because it is Baron empowered minions, and they were on full recall timer, so they aren't able to get back very quickly. Now they have to go for the play. Irony is here.
Triple objective bounties here. Woody goes in, but only gets the slow. Nesty with the gold card doesn't get enough either. Unified is not even going to cleanse that one. Holds his ground. And now the HP bars are massively in favor of PSG. But they do force the Feather Storm. Nesty is trying to go back. He could just get back to base here. The Destiny Gate's actually almost up once more. So PSG not going to push their luck onto this one. They just get the inhibitor and turn.
And you can understand why, because of the fact that they've been punished on their last couple of engages. Cascada's been able to come out with a 4-1-3 scoreline. He has Infinity Edge, so all things considered, these fights are starting to look a little bit tighter because of where Cascada is in his build, and also the fact that PSG's composition is still very low range. Yes, the speed of engage is there, and if they can get onto Cascada, they have enough damage to finish him off. But now, like, the choke control coming in from this Trundle pick is becoming a little bit problematic. The fact that you also have to deal with the extra resistance shred coming in from a Trundle is also very annoying to deal with. So there are a couple issues with PSG trying to finish the game, but it still doesn't change the fact that they still hold relatively overwhelming advantages.
Leaky nearly goes into the unified bait, spots out two members on the top side. It's not going to go for it in the end. And yeah, I totally agree with the range part. We just saw in the last fight where Nesty was able to get 2 gold cards onto Unified with his rapid fire cannon. So that could be absolutely massive there. Props to Unified though, he held on to all of his summoners, and now they are doing a split push. It's going to be hard for Nesty to contain Bay by himself. Meanwhile, Leaky just pushing down the mid lane tower. It does look like PSG are running out of steam, at least out of minion waves. DCG do hold on. PSG now shifting into a more defensive posture overall. Let's see when DCG are actually going to try and pull the trigger. Woody could find a target here. There is no flash onto Juhan, so I'm assuming that's what he goes for. But Unified going in, chasing down the damage. Collateral just forces everyone away, and Cascada cannot stay.
Yeah, they're forced to back off. It's okay, they delay some recalls here, and that,
the potential top lane catch onto Bay. Everfrost misses from Bay, but he still has Hextech Ultimatum. Zani goes down, but he cannot survive the gold card there. That will be a very successful pick onto the top side. And now bottom lane is looking a little bit iffy for PSG. They can't continue to shove this one in, and we'll have to back out. DCG are doing such a good job at stalling this out.
Yeah, and that's the first time we've seen the proactive pick come out from the Destiny's Gate, and it comes in pretty much 10 minutes after I said it. 10 minutes. So, you know, it all pans out in the end. But now, of course, you're getting your items onto Leaky. He's level 16 now, so he's a split-pushing beast.
Yep.
Or set up to be, because he's hit 3 items. The Graves at this point takes a little bit more effort to try and get away from a Camille. The Camille just has so much sticking power at this point. So I like how the game is starting to develop, but it's still a 7k gold lead for PSG. And if they secure that next Ocean Dragon, it's still Ocean Soul, which is very, very difficult to compete against, given that they don't have a ton of burst damage on the side of DCG.
DCG don't see this. Okay, now they will finally spot out the Baron being taken, but where is Hana going? He has to flash out immediately. Okay, interesting pathing there. Bay just comes in and forces away 2 flashes. So PSG, without expending any ultimates, they get 3 flashes in that exchange. Absolutely massive there from PSG right before the Ocean Soul as well. Leaky gonna fly in onto Kaiwing, but that's not the bird person that he was looking for. Definitely wanting to get unified instead of very deep.
on a deep angle.
Hana is just dead there, and they take the Dragon Soul. PSG are happy to take this fight to its conclusion. Frescata gets one, but he has to drop into the Zanyas. Meanwhile, in the front line, Leaky is cleaning up everything, so they still might have a chance here. Gold card goes down onto Juhan, but Juhan is very tanky, especially with that soul. He can hold firm throughout this team fight. It's only Leaky left to defend the base. He has to keep himself alive, but Hanabi is chasing him down. He does have the red buff, so Leaky has to flash early here. The chase is still continuing, but at least with the hook shot, Leaky will get out.
Oh man, this is such a big win for PSG. They get the Ocean Soul, which I mean, it was really uncontested for the most part because Hana has to walk in, face check, and given that fact that he is going the Divine Thunder build, it means he doesn't have a ton of defensive stats. We'll get to see the replay, and you'll see Hana, like, he has really no choice but to walk up in that moment because he wants to try and steal away the dragon. But the side of PSG, they just instantly turn for him. They delete him at the very least. Leaky able.
We have a fight starting out already. PSG does take down the Baron, but can they actually win the fight? Juhan stays alive with the core trigger. He's not going down. Death Stance is too strong, and PSG wipe the hit squad from DCG. That's gonna be only 2 members left on the side of DCG to defend. Everything thrown at the Xin Zhao, but he stands firm.
Yeah, trying to finish off this pick at least onto Hanabi, but that won't be it. And now, I mean, it should just be an easy march down for the side of PSG. They'll continue to maintain their really long
just are corralling the rest of the members from DCG. Frescata goes down. There's the ace. There's the game. PSG will stand atop of the PCS as the uncontested best team of the region.
Clement, as much as things change, things stay the same, right? PSG, they managed to claw their way from game number 1 of the split. They took that loss, and since then, it's been high flying. They've just been so dominant. Even against our other top teams, it's just not been close.
I would say this one was actually a bit of a nail-biter. You could see the trend starting to fall apart for PSG. They had lethality AD carry. Graves is basically a super minion comes late game. But they were still able to pull it together, and for me, a lot of it was just out-knackering the opponent. Like, they got 3 flashes for absolutely nothing in the prior Baron fight, but we will watch this once again. Leaky actually finds a good angle on this 3v3 fight, but somehow PSG just stays strong and come out ahead here. Unified isn't in the fight. It does end up being a 4v3, but I just think the target focus here, unfortunately, wasn't able to go through the Death Stance.
Death Stance and Ocean Soul. Really difficult to navigate at that point. So, yeah, it was just came down to the game went long enough for Ocean Soul to be a factor, and unfortunately for DCG, we praised them a lot early portion of the split in identifying their win conditions or their opponent's win conditions. This time around, it felt like they tunneled in too much on their opponent's win conditions of snowballing the Xayah ahead, so they tried to keep that down, and they really gave up their own win condition, which was play towards topside, get that Camille going, and really establish that 1-4 or 1-3-1 power point.
Well, it definitely was the way that you were supposed to play this one out, but as we mentioned, the bot lane went sideways a little bit too early for DCG, and I think that had a massive impact on their overall game plan. Just looking at this draft, though, what do you feel about PSG and their performance on this one? Because this is not something we usually see from them. It definitely feels like a throwback, but they played it very well.
Yeah, taking the Sylas, I was, you know, a little bit skeptical about Bay's Sylas, but, and of course, Nesty, this was really just a perfect read of the situation in draft, right? You ban away the Galio. and you fully expect Nesty to play a roaming champion, that pretty much leaves up the TF, and Bay performed really, really well in the Silas. So credit goes to him by taking this champion that is a little bit more, mechanically intensive than some of the others he's brought out, and he really pushed the limits in lane against Nesty.
Yeah, we are taking a look at the damage graphs right here. Even though there were some roller coaster moments for PSG, they were still very much in a secure lead throughout most of the game.
Yes.
I feel like there was one team fight where DCG could have clawed a lot more back.
Yes.
Where they got the 5v3 engage, but somehow they didn't finish off any kills. And I'll be honest, I just feel like so baffled by Criscata just not going forward like the rest of the team is going forward. He auto-attacked 7 times on the minions when he didn't even have lifesteal. I was just looking at that, I was going like, what are you doing, man? But the MVP will go to Kaiwi. Great early level, I believe it was a level 3 all-in trade where they come out ahead massively with the 2-0 in the bottom side, and it just never stopped. Goes for the Shirelius Reverie, tons of catches across the map.
Yeah, Kaiwing undoubtedly is just the best support in PCS, and he shows his proficiency on clearly the Rakan, where he's able to swoop in and out of fights. Yes, we get to see some of that displayed on the Leona, where he's able to engage and survive, but it's just not as flashy as the Rakan, and this is definitely one of those Rakan performances that people will need to remember going forward, and just keep that in mind when you are offering Xayah Rakan up available to PSG.
Probably one of the few teams in the league that just don't care about the Jinxes, the Aphelises being taken away whatsoever. So well done there by PSG. They will stay for now atop of the PCS. Don't go anywhere. We have more games coming.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Welcome back to our third match of the day, and this is an incredibly crucial one for Impunity as they're going up against Hurricane Gaming right on their tails. A win here would pad them some extra room in that playoff contention, and it would also eliminate Sem9 from the postseason. So a lot of stakes here in this match, but a big thank you first, of course, to our sponsors in CTBC Bank and Caliber Gaming. Now, fans of Malaysia, fans of Singapore, and fans of the LST, you have got to be on your seats because this match could mean the fates for a lot of the players.
Yeah, of course, Sem9's slim playoff hopes are in the balance, as slim as they may. But Impunity can officially eliminate them from contention. And for Impunity themselves, as you mentioned, Hurricane Gaming also competing for one of those last spots for playoffs. So that's a direct competitor. If they win here, that puts more distance because that's also yet another win Hurricane Gaming can't get. And so we get to see the lineup: Quiet, Taco Face, Blaze, Pinway. I think the clear players for Impunity in their success has to be Quiet and Blaze. Blaze, you know, he had the whoopsie on the Zeri, but he's still a big win condition for the squad.
It absolutely is the hyper carry of the team. Taco, for me, has been a very promising youngster, and Quiet, sometimes he has his ups, sometimes he has his downs, but overall, when they win, Quiet's stats look rather amazing, and in losses, a little less so. So I feel like for this squad, consistency is definitely the key. And for Hurricane Gaming, it seems to be about communication. If you just run at them as a 5-man, I feel like Hurricane Gaming will not be able to respond, which is what we've been seeing a lot of the times. Of course, we're going to take a shot of ICU, the main carry of the team, dealing 29% of the team's damage from the top laner. Not something you see every day.
Also, something you don't get to see every day is the mid laner doing so little damage. But when it comes to the squad, it is about focusing all their efforts into that top lane. You see, even when Cha-Cha does get ahead, as he did last time against Impunity, they still don't play for him. So he was like he was 6-1, I believe, at one point in that game on the Rise pick, and yet they kind of passed them up when it came to allocating resources. It was still ICU on a rather far behind Jace that they continued to push, tried to force more into, and unfortunately in that game, I mean, it was against a Cyan, which is very difficult to move.
Taking a look at their stats here, we are putting all of our attention here into the top lane, as I feel like both of these players are kind of the do and die points for the team. The rest of the team is rather consistent, but the top lane, if they shine, they can really solo carry it to a win here. We see a lot more damage efficiency coming out from ICU. Of course, he gets a lot less resources. And in terms of the First Blood participation, also a lot more focus being thrown into ICU's part. We have mentioned Impunity is still primarily a bottom side focused team around Blaze and Ping Wei. So we'll see if that comes into effect. I think whichever jungler goes to the top lane will be handsomely rewarded if they can get that lane snowball.
Yeah, both of these top laners have been very much feast or famine as we head into the draft. Of course, Tryndamere is not something ICU wants to deal with. And for the side of Impunity, they've shown that even when you give Hurricane Gaming the Jace, which is really ICU's big ticket champion, the side of Impunity, they've been able to counter it with the Scion. But when you leave Gwen available, it is still a very Gwen-dominated league.
Yeah, big questions of what the counters are going to be, and we see no hesitation. The Graves comes out, and this is very peculiar to Hurricane Gaming drafting, as we have seen the Graves being flexed between Olio and ICU. Impunity have to imagine that this could go both ways here.
In that same vein, for Impunity, they have also shown that they are willing to move that Gwen around, but of course a Lee Sin lock-in here would clearly remove that possibility. out of play, and they will go ahead lock that in. I'd imagine they'll go ahead lock in an Ari for Faith as well. It's his most effective champion after the Rise, and Rise R8 taken away means will be okay. It will be a more utility focused mid laner for Faith. I think it makes a lot of sense for him. Of course, you can still throw it into that bottom lane, but support Galio somewhat falling out of favor and really matchup dependent. But as expected, it will be the Jace for ICU.
This is super refreshing as a draft to not see an AD carry being picked up in the first two rotations from either side. Probably the only draft in the PCS where this has happened so far. Imagine that would be a big priority for both teams into the ban list, as we see the Jinx fall out for Blaze. Once again, Blaze has only been able to win on Jinx, so no surprises there in banning it away. Seeing if Hurricane Gaming can buck the trend here, as Impunity do take away the Tom Kench with a pick-oriented composition coming out from their side.
I'd imagine for Impunity, they go ahead and ban away the Ezreal as well here if you're going to ban the Tom Kench.
Yeah.
For Hurricane Gaming, they just take away the clear 2 picks that Blaze has been playing. For Bang 2, he's played a number of champions that have not been called Jinx or Ophelia, so he's a little bit more familiar with this position. And yes, Impunity will deny away the Ezreal pick, which means for Hurricane Gaming, they don't have a ton of safe options when it comes to AD carries. Of course, you can still go for something like a Xayah, but of course, lethality Xayah, you need to get a lot more out of the early game to make this champ as effective as it can be.
Well, it's good for them. They're pretty much early game or bust with the Graves and Jace. I feel like it's pretty obvious that Hurricane Gaming are putting all of their eggs in the same basket. We're going to get a tempo game out of them. And how will Impunity respond? Kai'Sa was one of Blaze's best champions in the previous split. Also one of Faker's best champions, apparently. But they're not going to go for that just yet. Instead, trying to figure out if they want the
could be full dive,
something to go forward. Yeah, just like you mentioned. Or I like the Kai'Sa. I don't mind. A little bit weaker in lane, but definitely playable. And they will go with the Kai'Sa. Wow, interesting sort of bot lane here. It's a pretty difficult bot lane matchup to maneuver, though.
Yes, that's the clear issue that's coming in from me, is that Rakan Kai'Sa, even in its heyday, was not a strong bottom lane, and it was a lot for these mid-game team fights because of the high mobility offered by Rakan and Kai'Sa. But now that, of course, their lane phase has been nerfed even more, against the duo of Xayah Leona, yes, well, actually, the Leona has a bit of a mini counter to the Rakan, so Impunity, once more, they kind of read what the other team wants to do with their support pick, and they go ahead deny it away. But it feels like they kind of hampered their own attempts to play the game with these preemptive takeaways.
We did see that with the Tom Kench. They took away that from Woody, and then Woody just slammed in with the Renata. This time around, I do feel like Rakan still works pretty well with the Galio, so you know I'm not gonna fault them
the
overly much
composition fit makes a lot of sense, right? But now you're trying to get out of lane against Leona and Xayah. And Xayah right now, very much more focused on just slamming you in lane. And the thing with Kai'Sa is she, in her current iteration, is not very good in lane.
We saw something, a common thread in our first 2 games, and that was Xayah winning the 2v2, getting a serrated Dirk and tier at 5 minutes, and just putting a lid on the game. So I hope that we're not going to get the same thing, though it would make our standings a lot more interesting. As Hurricane Gaming, if they find a win here, it would be their first win outside of the Sem9 matchups. Both of these teams have played their full set of games against Sem9, so there are no easier matches to look forward to. This is do or die for them.
It's only uphill battle from here. But if you look at these drafts, Hurricane Gaming having essentially 3 winning lanes. Even this Rise, you can say it's a wash, but at the very least, you're able to shove out the lane pretty effectively, even into a Galio. Galio also kind of just doesn't care about the matchup, but you have early pushing lane in the Jace, and you have early power in that bottom lane, so Alio kind of has a free pickings when it comes to just trying to apply pressure onto the map, which is not what you usually say about this man.
We'll see if there's any shenanigans that do manage to manifest here, as Impunity are trying to run around and search for ICU. ICU is going to hug the inner part of his tri-brush, so stay relatively safe. And Impunity are not going to leave any wards top either, so they're just going to come back. Taking a look at the setups here, we do have Blaze with the Hella Blades. I didn't want that to sound too similar. And Faith running the Predator here. So walk me through some of these setups and what are Impunity trying to accomplish in the early game?
Yeah, for Faith, it's about these roams, early roams here, trying to cheat priority, of course, with the Predator, being able to hit these side lanes really, really quickly. So we need to see Taco Faith team up very early on. Maybe Pinway joins in the action. But, I mean, you can see Blaze's approach with his Summoner spells. He's got Cleanse. He understands that the amount of CC potential is really, really crazy here onto him in particular. Down in that bottom lane, you have to deal with the Blade Caller. You have to deal with the Leona kit. And in these team fights, like, they're a pretty low damage squad. It really just comes down to Quiet and Blaze to do the team fight damage. And if Cha-Cha ever gets onto Kaisa, the Kaisa doesn't ever get to play the game.
Yeah, this is very low range. And as we were mentioning in terms of the composition, Impunity is forward only. I don't think they have a recourse if they are the ones that are being engaged
good
upon.
into that.
That's true. That's true. So, even more points for Hurricane Gaming? Could it finally be happening?
This could be their first non-Sem 9 dub, which would be very good for Hurricane Gaming, but also incredibly detrimental for Impunity.
Currently, Impunity would still hold a 1-game advantage even if they dropped Hurricane Gaming, but you never want that gap to close in too closely. As we have taking a look across the board on the trades here, ICU did find some good trades onto Quiet in the top side. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they did start in lane first a little bit earlier, as we did have a leash from Blaze and Pingwei. So to be expected, Bang2 and Enhao do have control over that wave. So just looking across the board, the 3 winning lanes, as you have mentioned from Hurricane Gaming, are starting to take effect.
Yeah, and the only big option besides some of these early roam timings coming in from Taco and Faith from the side of Impunity, they're really only 5v5 opportunity is that first big team fight around a Rift Herald or that first or second Dragon. I feel like their window of opportunity to snowball the game is incredibly small with this composition. Of course, they could just have better execution, and that's something that, you know, for Hurricane Gaming has never been their strong point. So still, even with a worse composition, it is possible for Impunity to find advantages later on in the game, even after they've been outscaled.
I have never been a fan of dig yourself into a hole and then jump out of said hole strategies. I just feel like that's always a very... it's a very circuitous route to success. I would much rather just go like, okay, I have a winning lane, I'm going to roam my winning lane, and that's how I'm going to find catches. But
I'd rather be the king of the hill, right?
Yeah. You want to be on top of the ledge and just like kicking down people and stepping on their fingers and just telling them to let go and drop down. Like, that's usually how I like to play my drafts. But we'll see. As you mentioned, there is tremendous amount of mid-game explosiveness that could come out of this composition with the Rakan, the Galio, and of course the Kaisa just flying in with the Killer Instincts. That's a combo. The old Season 8 Uzi combo that we wanted to see. And by the way, they didn't win Worlds that time around, so it's kind of
Yeah,
foreshadowing.
another thing is just like Blaze. I wonder what kind of build he's going to go for. We've seen a number of times Crown be the build,
True.
So more AP focused. But if you look at that composition, AP is already a plenty in that comp, right? You have the Gwen up in the top side, you have a Galio in the mid lane, and then you've got like a Lee Sin who doesn't necessarily deal a high amount of AD when it comes to that mid late game. Yes, he can have some pop off, but it's very contingent on his early game. So I expect to see some sort of Gale Force or Kraken Slayer approach here this time from Blaze. And if he does anything else, I'm going to be very, very critical.
It definitely doesn't feel like a composition that would work with Crown of the Shattered Queen. It seems like a much more, as we mentioned, go forward, get the
it's
kills,
all
and
in.
snowball.
Yeah, you don't get time to sit back and poke with Kaisa W. You can't do that. It's all or nothing. They have to, when they see an opportunity, they have to go.
It's the assassin part of the Kaisa. It's not the TFT Kaisa where it's just like, I'm gonna stack Morellos and wait on Social Light. So when we did, I know you play the game. I saw that laugh on you. I know.
Slowly whittle them down with Morello.
Yeah. No. It's not that game plan for sure on this one. Okay. So another thing I do want to mention about is the mid lane matchup, which is I think is really interesting because we have Rise and Galio both are trying to roam at the same time, and you have Cha-Cha and Faith, which are both role players. So who's gonna get the first hit in? That's kind of my question. Like, what are the conditions for either the Realm Warp to work or for the hero's entrance to work?
Yeah, I mean, certainly you would give the slight advantage to Faith since he's able to cover Faith on the Galio. Since he's able to cover a little bit more distance with his ultimate, and for the Rise Realm Warp, I think it's going to involve him just being able to crash wave a lot faster and rotate without having to give up too much in that mid lane, and force, at the very least, Faith, if he's going to ult, to give up something in that mid lane.
Right, we'll see if Faith is the one that gets the first strike in. As with these compositions, first strikes are very important to the overall success.
First strike win.
Oh no! Like the first strike in terms of like the teams, the 5v5s, not the rune. Just want to clarify myself in that regards. As we do have Taco heading towards the top lane, does spot out Alio and does have a level advantage, so could just straight up take the fight, and Alio actually ease forward right onto him. So Taco very happy to find the 1v1. Gonna try to body block. Alio will find his way into the secondary tower.
Can be a collapse coming in from both solo laners though, and actually they're not going to collapse for it. Very interesting that they kind of let Taco off in that moment, but at the same time, I guess ICU just, I don't even know, because it looks like he's not going for a recall timer. He will be able to stop the back coming in from Quiet, but usually if you're not responding, you're just prioritizing your own recall timer, but he's not even going for that. So Alio, he's just going to lose out. A little bit unfortunate there, and now this, I mean, this Crab's going to get contested. He's not going to be able to get it.
Slow goes down. We have the flash being expended right off the bat from Alio, and this looks pretty bad. Despite a triple lane win in the early phases, Hurricane Gaming don't actually secure any scuttles, which is kind of perplexing.
Oh man, that is incredibly perplexing because of course you had the opportunity to collapse onto Taco topside, and if you're able to do that, then this bot lane play wouldn't have happened, right? Because then Alio, you would at least force the recall or a later recall coming in from Taco, and he wouldn't be able to make it for that particular scuttle. And also Cha-Cha didn't have mana in that particular moment, which means that they can't make that rotational play over. And now Pinway maybe look for the engage.
If they don't back at the same time, it will be a 3v2. Enhouse stunned into place. The ignite goes down. Can Bane 2 find the blade collar to stop this offensive? Oh, and a beautiful Q by Taco, but he's gonna get stunned right in front of the minion. Still some auto attacks going through. he will stay alive. So flash and heal burned from the enemy bot lane for just an ignite. Still a strong win for Impunity.
You can see that there's some trust issues still in even just that bottom lane, because you would expect Bang2 to go ahead block that skill shot coming in from Taco, because I mean, he's out of mana. He shouldn't be staying around for this next minion wave regardless. So you're on a recall timer. You really just want to make sure your support doesn't have to burn flash in that instance. Still, and how burns the flash in that case, and that means this bot lane becomes a lot more difficult to just kind of continue punishing. And so far, it's been a slow early game, and that's not what you want to see from a bot lane of Xayah Leona into a relatively, not just relatively, very weak bottom lane of Kai'Sa and Rakan.
It's definitely true, but this is the big item breakpoint. The tier plus the serrated Turk breakpoint. If you don't win at 5 minutes, you can still win at 9. So we'll see how Kai'Sa and Blaze can fare into this one. It's been very rough for all of our matchups going up against this Xayah, especially around this minute mark. And meanwhile, in the top lane, we see a very sizable lead from ICU as well, especially in that top trade. He's not going to be able to force out the... well, he is going to get a bit more turret damage down. And we now have the jostling for the bottom side of the map. This is going to be a pushing wave for Hurricane Gaming. Both mid laners looking for potential blues. And now we have the engage. Pingwei does not land initially onto Bang2. Light taps from both sides. I would say a small win on the side for Hurricane Gaming.
And so far, we've got a lot of lethality from Hurricane Gaming Clement. Look in that inventory. It's a lot of tiers and a lot of Dirks. 3 Dirks, 3 tiers. Something you're not going to see a whole lot of, but you know, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because this is a very explosive composition when it comes to damage from the side of Hurricane Gaming, and at the very least, they match up pretty well in power spikes against Impunity. This might be the early fight that we're looking for, as it's going to be a contest around this one. But Alio, he dashed!
He quick draws forward. He's just going to get obliterated for first blood, and this could snowball right into the Herald as well. Interesting play for the red right there. So he had all the pieces around him, but if he just waited a little while longer, that didn't really need to happen. Oof, kind of a rough start again.
For sure, that play is really just autopilot coming in from Aliao. You know mid lane is missing. You haven't gotten word of where that jungle is as well, so you just gotta play a little bit more conservative.
The double knockup from the Justice Punch comes in. Enhao gets his flash. Oh no, he didn't flash there. But Cha-Cha does have to flash away, and now ICU is trying to make sure that this Herald isn't an easy take. A lot of damage traded back and forth. We have to give them credit on that one. Zaliel does use the collateral damage right there. And interesting enough, Impunity, despite the earlier strike, they do have to walk back, and the more time they spend in a 4v4 formation, the happier Bang2 has to feel in that bottom side. If you look at Blaze, he's almost dead.
Yes. Exactly. He's just slowly going to get chipped down by this Xayah. This pick of Kai'Sa we saw in the past at Worlds, and when it was the Kai'Sa Xayah handshake. It's a very snowballing matchup because of how both AD carries can play incredibly safe, but Xayah definitely has a lot more tools at the moment because of her current builds. And I mean, Rift Herald is obtained by Impunity, but what can they do with that? That's the real question, because so far the lanes are playing out almost expected. Although ICU not quite as far ahead as you'd like to see.
Still even on the CS, but during that entire Herald sequence where Impunity found first blood and got Herald, they actually lost the gold lead. We saw Bang2 able to overtake with close to a 20 CS advantage plus 2 plates. So, again, that's, you know, I'm a little bit doubtful that that Herald take was actually successful. It seemed that they just took a little too long, and now we have the collateral damage plus the easy slam down onto Quiet. As easy as you could like. They're good coordination from Alio and ICU. Something we haven't seen them do a lot of, but that gives me hope.
And their power spikes are really lining up, right? Because now ICU with these 2 plates, with that extra kill, should be well positioned to get his own Eclipse power spike. And I mean, Alio, he's going to be a little bit a ways, but once he gets that completed for himself as well, this first team fight is like really just a game in the balance for the side of Impunity, because if they get a poorly timed engage and all that damage just unloads, that's
no
problematic.
Flash, Everfrost onto 1, but still gets kicked back into the delivery system. Free Herald drop here from Impunity. Well done on that side. As we do have Enhouse coming in, looking for the stun, but doesn't find it after the cleanse. Pingwei might not be so lucky. Ignite ticking down, but he won't die.
Yeah, okay, dive? So long.
Hurricane Gaming, come on. The piecemeal feeding of the mid-jungle over to Impunity. Forces ICU here, and Bang2, whoa, flash over the wall into the kill onto Blaze, doesn't even need his support, and how flashes for nothing. The double kill over, and they're just trading sides between these 2 teams. Mid-jungle for you, AD bottom side for me.
And top lane for me.
Yeah, might be taking a little bit more, though. That was a massive trade, taking Quiet down to 30% HP on the first trade. We are seeing flares all across this map. Let's watch Bang2 get his action in on this trade.
And this is why the Kaisa is not a pick anymore. The Xayah is just so impressive in lane, and once more Impunity get a little bit too big brain for their own good, because again, this Rakan pick was a denial pick from Impunity, and seeing the Xayah locked in. So they were like, all right, we'll jump ahead of the play, we'll lock it in for ourselves, and Pinway on the Rakan just hasn't really helped their cause so far. Of course, can still wombo pretty well into the Galio. We haven't seen that come into play quite yet, but from a lane phase standpoint, it's been a very, very unfortunate sequence of events.
See how Hurricane Gaming decide to play out this 4v2. We have Cha-Cha rotating into the bottom side. Meanwhile, Quiet might find himself in a bit of trouble here. If he does go for the Krugs, that could be a very dangerous path to take. He does go over, and we will see Alia with the red buff just chasing him away. Free tower on the top side. Meanwhile, Impunity will have to just settle for this Drake. They can't push in the bot lane fully, so that will be a more advantageous trade, in my opinion, for Hurricane Gaming. Let's see if Taco can find something.
Yeah, go into the it's also a 14.5 minute first dragon, right? So that's pretty late.
That was...
He's gonna get massive late call. Holy.
Okay. They do get the bottom, at least, I think. So...
It's just a tower trade.
Yeah. Could have gone a lot worse, for sure, but they do get the ult and the tower.
It is what it is. A whole lot of flashy moments, but in that case, it just comes down to a whole lot of nothing. So, as it stands, gold completely even, but again, for Impunity, this is a composition that feels like it needs to get rolling sooner rather than later, and only being even is not it. And you're also not threatening the Dragon Soul because of how late that first dragon did come. So you don't have a way to force Hurricane Gaming to opt for that early 5v5. They can take things slow. They can take a very slow approach and be like, all right, if we don't hit 2 accelerated shock blasts coming in from the Jace before the fight starts, we'll just go ahead and disengage. They don't have to pigeonhole themselves into a fight at this moment.
We finally are going to see the 5v5 start to happen here. Taco has to dash out.
Okay.
The fight for the second Herald will commence. And Blaze is going for the full damage route. Most likely Executioner on the cards for him to rated dirt complete. And this is the time that we've been all waiting for. Can Impunity actually pull off this Wombo Combo? Quickness is there. They are looking for the angles. They will take down this Herald, relatively uncontested. Very safe attempt right there. And yeah, Impunity, they don't even need to go aggressive here to get the lead.
At the same time, though, Hurricane Gaming, though, they will be able to get that mid priority and take away that mid tower. So, all in all, it's going to be a pretty even trade because at this point, the second Herald is pretty much just we get to secure 1 tower because of the extra bonus damage, and that's pretty much it. So, Hurricane Gaming being able to secure themselves mid tower pretty much makes that trade a wash. Unless, of course, Impunity are able to secure 2 towers or tier 2 tower, bank 2, forced to use the ult.
Featherstorm's away. Good find there by Impunity. It does look like this top tower is going to be forfeit by Hurricane Gaming. And they know there's a lot of members in their jungle for sure. We'll see if the approach comes through. There is a potential TP play coming in from ICU if he does choose to defend. And it's kind of an awkward Herald as they do need to wait for the first tower to drop. And it's going to take the long route away. Quickness here, but it's stopped by the Bloom plant. Oh, the blast cone was a hero right there for Alio. And that's a massive ultimate down, a big piece of the Wombo combo. Let's see if the Herald Charge at least goes through. It looks like it. Oh, no. No, it doesn't go through, and Impunity's offense is completely stalled out.
Yeah, they get absolutely shut down in that instance. ICU, I don't think he'll be able to secure this tower, but gets a lot of damage down, and that's a lot more than you can say what happened topside.
Yeah, it was still a straight tower trade, top for bottom, but they expended a lot more resources. The Herald drop was very questionable as the first tower didn't go down. I think there was some miscommunication. Kwai was actually trying to deny the minion wave there instead of full push. So, yeah, Impunity seems like they were kind of all across the board on that play, and it doesn't end up as nicely as it could have been. In the meantime, we do have ICU going very close to finishing his mirror mana. That's going to be a big power spike to look for. And also on Bang 2 as well. So we have Hurricane Gaming about to get to their zenith in terms of their power heading into this Hextech Dragon.
Yeah, and Cha-Cha, depending on what he's sitting on gold right now, he could be close to completing his tier item. Not too far off from getting that completion. So this is really a huge 2-item power spike for them. Unfortunately, it doesn't line up at the same time as the second dragon. But for third dragon, which is really the only thing you're concerned about as Hurricane Gaming, they will be extremely difficult to deal with. So now it just comes down to Impunity. How well are they able to play? Because Quiet can definitely ruin the side of Hurricane Gaming, and Taco as well.
Oh, Taco is going to bring some friends to the fray here, but doesn't get the knockback onto the Dragon's Rage. ICU able to escape, but Pingwei is there for him. How long will he survive? Everfrost goes down, and he dies. 3-man gank squad onto the bottom side. ICU, once again, sent to the ICU.
Yeah, there was a little bit of discombobulation there because you did have the teleport coming in from Cha-Cha, and ICU ends up going away from his mid laner rather than trying to back towards the Rise. A little bit unfortunate. And I mean, this is kind of why Hurricane Gaming are only 2 wins in that their only 2 wins have been against M9, right? It's because in these key moments, they have also failed on execution. Impunity, for the most part, have had slightly better execution points, and they're a little bit more cohesive when it comes to macro play.
Yeah, to be fair, I feel like ICU took the correct route, considering that the Galio was coming down on his face. So I actually feel like he played it quite well. It's just he probably shouldn't be overextending outside of vision in the first place. That was in my eyes kind of the cardinal sin.
Yeah, it was doom play from start to end, but the fact that he also ends up expending flash does feel pretty bad for this next fight.
And he is a big part of that damage. Mirror Mana's coming out, but no skill shots landed right there. That would have been huge if it did find Blaze. Could have potentially taken him down half HP, and just as a friendly reminder, he's not running heal or healing. So those could really hurt there if they do find just one poke onto Blaze. So far, Impunity are starting to take control of the map. They are using this pick pressure to kind of force their ways in side lanes, and Quiet being down in lane is a thing of the past. He is starting to get towards that Gwen territory into the late game where he's just completely immune. So we'll see if ICU can survive this one. Does have a lot of wards this time to cover his flanks, and will stay safe at least for now. Taco going in for the kick, but doesn't get behind ICU. So ICU once again outplaying the Dragon's Rage quite nicely.
Yeah, and now there's possible opportunity to turn, right? You see claps starting to come in from both of these squads, but unfortunately Cha-Cha on a recall, he's going to be very far from the action, but we'll see how the setup comes in, because we do have Dragon coming up in 100 seconds. That'll be, of course, the next big fight to break out, and it could be really just a game-deciding fight, as whichever team gets... if either team gets a big victory in this fight, that is massive momentum to just then make a play for that Baron, right? At 23 minutes, Baron has spawned, so if you win 4 for 1, that does mean not only the Dragon, but the Baron, and then additional gold from being able to push with Baron.
This is going to be such an exciting fight. Hurricane Gaming, triple mana stack items completed for a massive 2-item power spike. But in the meantime, Impunity, they have the map control, and they have the one-shot potential with their composition. So let's look at the approaches here. Infernal Soul is going to be very good for both teams. What do you want to see out of both sides on setting up this Drake?
For Impunity, if they're able to get control of these choke points, which is a little bit harder given the fact that it is Infernal Soul, so Infernal Rift adding a lot more space to work with. But if they're able to get choke control, it's so difficult for Hurricane Gaming to push through these choke points, because the Galio ultimate eats the entire space. So I like the setup coming in from Impunity, and Hurricane Gaming, they're also running, right, quad range composition. So they need poke to land in order to approach. And the nice part is, Blaze, while he did get poked out, does have red buff, so that will provide some healing in that regard, but they can't keep eating poke coming in from ICU's Jace.
This is the moment of truth. One-shot Glasc did force Blaze back, and Hurricane Gaming are setting up on vision control.
You have to be careful about the flanks.
They look a little bit hesitant on if they want to stay here or not. Faith is popping his Predator, coming in from the side. They do get the Infernal Soul. Bang 2 has to use his Featherstorm very early into the fight. Get cast out by Anyway, but it doesn't matter. Aliel is still doing tons of damage. He's going 1v1 versus the Blaze. Meanwhile, on the top side here, Enhouse stays alive. Aliel wins the trade, and Impunity are getting destroyed. There's still 2 members left. Cha-Cha gonna take the Realm War, try and get the catch. ICU has the red buff. Can he find the auto attack? The flash in from Cha-Cha. Impunity, the Taco only one alive, trying to take ICU as a surfboard, but doesn't make it through. And Machi17 appears on your screen. I'm not really sure why. Oh, ICU was on that Academy team. And that is Hurricane Gaming with a beautiful team fight.
Hurricane Gaming with their item differential at this point in the game, and also just how that fight turned out. You get to see the engage. Really nice flanking coming in from Faith, but again, there's a lot of safety coming in from this Hurricane Gaming squad, right? You have the Featherstorm coming in from the Xayah, providing a lot of stall potential. You're also incredibly tanky on the Leona and the Rise. And then ICU played a very passive position from his angle, which allowed him to avoid most of the engage as well. So good approach to the fight coming in from Hurricane Gaming, and this composition has clearly expired from Impunity, and they're going to have to get really creative with some of these catches to then snowball into that Baron. Unfortunately, Hurricane Gaming, it wasn't a large enough win for them to transition into a Baron take, but you'll still take the victory, denying yet another dragon, preventing Dragon Soul, and now you've got clear advantages.
Hurricane Gaming gonna push 5v4, still trying to land the poke. They don't find anything. Now Taco is looking for an engage here, as we do have Quiet on the sidelines, but he is pinged out, so Hurricane Gaming very well aware of the flanking potential of the Gwen. Things are getting so desperate right here. Taco actually goes for a very risky Dragon's pick. Doesn't find the Sonic wave and has to back out immediately on only 30% HP. That was the most obvious angle ever for Leeson to kind of attempt that. And he does get punished severely for that one.
Yeah, now we're starting to see the drawbacks of course, running that Lee Sin in this composition is that when you're this far behind, you don't have the extra space on the map to come in from a flank angle. And yes, that is an incredibly vulnerable composition. If you kick any of those backline members, except for maybe Cha-Cha, they will just blow up. But getting access to that backline, a very, very difficult task at this point in the game. And man, it is looking good for Hurricane fans for them to make their way back into this.
Oh boy.
But a very fed Taco, still a possibility. Unfortunately though, he's transitioning into essentially a full tank build, as it's looking like a third item Randuin's. And it will also limit his effectiveness at this point in the game.
I don't want to say it until it actually happens, because we've been here before. We've seen games where Hurricane Gaming feel like they're about to win, and suddenly the team fight just goes terribly wrong for them. So,
they
you know, I know Malaysia is holding their breath. Excuse me?
They claw, what was the quote? They claw...
they snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely happened before. And especially against a Gwen, we know that's always a possibility. This comp does not hold up very well to Gwen just charging in onto them. We do have the next strike up in 40 seconds. Hurricane Gaming, once again, going to have an earlier setup and their opponents here. In the previous team fight, it was Blaze just taking one shock blast to the face, which gave over Hurricane Gaming all of the control here. They have to be extra careful this time around, and I'm still waiting to see a good combo from Impunity, but I think this time they need to reconsider their targets. I'm not even sure if Xayah is the go-to one they want to take care of, because ICU did 5,000 damage in that last team fight alone.
Yeah, there's just so much safety on the targets that you would traditionally target, but
Alio does flash back. Here comes the Hero's entrance, but Pingwei is already dead. Enhao will join the fray next. Cha-Cha on the side lanes, but it looks like Impunity might have overextended right here. The kickback does find the kill, but that's the entire team! They used all of their firepower on 2 targets, and Hurricane Gaming are more than happy to take that one in stride. They're just charging down onto the base. Could this be the game? Still 32 seconds on the respawn timers.
280 carries.
Yeah, and this is a very fast takedown. Could we be seeing Hurricane
carries?
Gaming
They have a
finding
cannon
their
minion.
third
This
win?
is very possible, Clement.
Pingwei still has the flash and ignite, but he has to make a hero's play right here. Cha-Cha's taking a lot of turret shots down there. Bang2 is going to get ignite. And oh no! What? This isn't happening, right? This can't be true. Hurricane Gaming, they can't end. Pigway has the save!
Oh, okay, well. Well, you remember that phrase that we just mentioned?
The snatch actually happened! They were so close to the win, but they tanked turret shots. There is a TP trade here. Fate's still trying to look for Bang 2, but he will give up the chase after the
Could be a Baron tank. They don't have a lot of damage for this Baron, but they can certainly try it, as Blaze is at 3 items. And I mean, we got to see the damage chart. Bang 2 was just smashing the team fight. They changed their priorities, and the result was still the same. They will be able to get themselves a 3rd dragon because of that overextension coming in from Hurricane Gaming, as they weren't able to finish the game, which means that they're forced on a recall timing, and it perfectly lines up with that next dragon. But we can clearly see Impunity just don't have the damage left to finish off these team fights. Yes, they got snowballed ahead, but your composition has hit a wall. Faith is trying to change that by going for the Shadow Flame. However, I think at this point it just makes more sense to go for the Void Staff, given how many levels are on everyone in the game. The natural resistances might just overtake that. But at the very least, you know, there's a lot of shields coming in because it is Eclipse running on pretty much all those carries. So you can get full value out of the Shadow Flame in this mode.
You know, 40% magic resistance shred is what is it? It's probably like 18 on most of these targets, but full Shadow Flame would be I think 20. So yeah, maybe Shadow Flame. Yeah, could definitely.
You get a little bit more AP, but again, like Galio's ratios aren't nuts.
True. We'll see what we get out of those team fights here, but I think the critical thing for Impunity is that they have to catch more people than just one. And it can't be Alio. I'll be honest, I don't think Hurricane Gaming care if Alio dies first of these team fights.
It makes a lot of sense with his build too. Like, all he has to do is press Q and R, and if he dies afterwards, like, it is what it is. You're all about that burst damage.
Going for this. I see with a late TP, the Baron could just be down, but they are putting themselves in a very dire situation, and once they get the TP, Impunity instantly flood out of the situation. They're like, we're going away from this one.
Alio just instantly turns onto the Baron buff, but
he's taking a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, that wasn't the play.
There's a Realm Warp towards base.
But all they have to do is just, like, keep them interested and push mid. But now they're a little bit disjointed in their approach. Now Cha-Cha and ICU, they have to go ahead, back off. Now you can turn your...
What? ICU... ICU actually gets TP'd away from the scene. They didn't go mid. Cha-Cha should definitely go mid with that Realm Warp. It's not going to matter, though, and they're actually going to get the collapse here.
Oh, Pinway has a good angle, though.
Everfrost goes down.
Engage on the tanky member.
On one, but Taco with the kickback onto 2. They instantly kill Alio for no damage done on the other side. Blaze will be the target, but there are Raptors blocking for him, and Impunity wins big on this scuffle. Bang 2 has to run away. Faith Flash Everfrost doesn't land, but he does get the taunt, and down goes Hurricane Gaming. There was a lot of dancing back and forth, but at the end of the day, Impunity are the ones now charging down onto the base.
Oh dear. This was...
I don't care what anyone says, this is the best game of the PCS.
This has been an entertaining game, and I think we're still going to get more gameplay, Clement, because their health bars are low enough that if ICU hits an accelerated shock blast, he can instantly just kind of EQ, jump in, transform, hammer form, and dunk on all of them. But now they're going to turn on to Baron. They should be able to secure it. They burn it fast enough at 35 minutes into the game. And now it's just a matter of, do they want to fight afterwards? I don't think it's going to happen, but ICU does force them to reconsider their recall positions.
All right, so we're going to get a replay of that
game again. Not it.
Yeah, this was a bit over-aggressive for Hurricane Gaming for sure.
But now, yeah, the engage comes in. and really just a beautiful kick angle coming in from Taco. It really just came down to things got really hectic for Hurricane Gaming, and because of that, of the chaos, they lost track of where Taco was, and they didn't take those, you know, careful approaches that they had in earlier fights to be like, hey, whatever happens, we make sure we deny Taco a good kick angle. That time, things just got way out of hand that they lost track of where that Lee Sin was.
Taco found a beautiful three-man's Dragon's Rage, and Alio actually dies, only doing 1 auto attack worth of damage in that fight. So massive props to Taco. We are approaching the Infernal Soul for Impunity. If they take this one down, that pick composition is just going to be way too powerful to deal with.
That could be the trade we're looking for.
Ooh, you're right. As we have ICU charging back to base, Impunity are just going to waltz in. But let's see where they actually go with this one. It's going to be 5-man into the top lane. ICU actually charges forward. That could be a massive bait. A huge mistake there. Impunity now 5v4 onto the opponent's base, and Taco once again, he's looking for the angle.
Easy
flank. Finds the Sonic Wave. The Hurricane Gaming do back away. This time Taco might have hit off a little bit more than he could chew. Quiet is coming back. They're looking for the Nexus Towers. Bang 2 has to defend. He's walking right in melee range though, but they do take down Ping Wave first. The damage is still going through. Fate might be dead too, and the HP bars are so incredibly low, but they can't finish them off. Gwen is immune. Strikes again. They stay alive. Fate is still there, and crucially, Blaze, the AD carry, is chipping away at the base. Bang 2 plus, and now have to finish this. Executioner goes down. The support is dead. Bang 2 only one left alive, and Impunity are going to prevail. They take Hurricane Gaming down. They eliminate Sem9. The Kuala Lumpur Hunters go down, and the white flag as well. Impunity claw themselves back from a very messy and dire situation to win the game.
There are no words to express the roller coaster of emotion that just went through both of those squads. But we did outline that even with the composition advantages offered by the side of Hurricane Gaming, there was always that possibility that mis-execution would throw certain things to the fan. And I think we saw stuff hit the fan.
Those two last engages were so willy-nilly from Hurricane Gaming. They're like, I don't see anyone behind this. I might as well try. And that was kind of the downfall of this team. They had such a good power spike. They were poking people out. And you could tell that Hurricane Gaming, even when the combo came in, most of the time they could only find one person with the heroic entrance. So Hurricane Gaming were actually pretty fine in a lot of these team fights. But that last 2 macro plays,
it was just mental lapses, right? Where they just made critical mistakes, and this is why Hurricane Gaming have only wins against Sem9. It's just
I can't believe Sem9 died for this. Sem9 died for this game. Oh man. Oh, that's gotta hurt for Malaysia. But, you know, congratulations for Impunity. You know, right now, only Hurricane Gaming is still in contention of overtaking their spot for playoffs. They do secure themselves a good 3-game cushion here, now advancing to 5 wins. And Hurricane Gaming have to catch up to that in the period of 4 games. A very difficult path, and I would say almost impossible for Impunity to now drop out of playoffs.
Yeah, at the very least, we saw how powerful this lethality Xayah is right now in the current meta, right? It's incredibly oppressive in the lane phase, incredibly oppressive at 2 items, very cheap 2-item power spike, of course, and it's incredibly safe even on those 2 items. So, like, I think Xayah is going to rise a lot here, but we also see the opposite end. This is why we don't see Kaisa. Is that even when 3 items came through, it just felt like it was not doing a whole lot.
I'm trying to think of any scene where Kaisa was the kind of defining factor in this to mine. It's just so hard to play. I think single target catch is just too hard to play these days because of how many immunity abilities and just like stopwatches there are in the game. Yeah, it's much harder to pull the same comp off. Like, these comps were very popular in Season 8, especially when Uzi was around, and Galio was overpowered as hell, and you could pick 5 games of Galio in a row and just win semifinals. But, you know, it's a very different environment today. ICU, once again, I think he had a terrific game, and just the 2 damage bars from Bank 2 and ICU.
I mean, but ICU also had that fatal blunder, right? He jumps in with hammer form on the Gwen and instantly gets deleted. He knows that they're pushing top and mid, yet he still goes into melee range, offers himself up, and that was really the back-breaking moment, right? Because you understand your team is taking Dragon, so they're going to take a little bit more time to get back to you, and then, you know, you're the second highest damage dealer on your team. You have to stay alive in those situations. Death timers are not 5 seconds. You don't get to respawn that quickly.
If you were in the ICU, we would call that unplugging the life support, basically. But MVP goes to Taco. Huge game from him, especially with that 3-man Dragon Rage kick that obliterated Aliyah, and find the defining comeback moment for Impunity. Well-deserved MVP, and also look at that kill participation, 88%. I've been saying this for a long time, but Taco is definitely, I would say honestly, even probably over 665 as kind of your new jungler to watch.
Absolutely, because of the fact that Taco also has been a lot more consistent. Yes, he's had some blips in the radar, but when you compare those blips compared to the blips that we've seen from 665, I would say the blips are a little bit more glaring when it comes to MFT and how they play around their jungler. Taco doing really well on this Lee Sin, and I mean, like, credit goes to him for finding very difficult angles against that Hurricane Gaming squad later on in the game.
Well done there by Impunity, and unfortunate for Sem9. We want to take a moment of silence for them. Like, they can't really blame Hurricane Gaming. Like, they haven't found a win themselves, so it's definitely more on themselves, but that does mean that we still have 9 teams in the running, up with only 8 spots left. We're going to find out who can advance even further, and there's still a lot of standings to be fighting over. We're going to go into Game 4 right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family. How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Welcome back to the PCS. We have a David versus Goliath match here as 7th place MFT goes on to take 3rd place in J Team right here on the Rift. We have seen a lot of interesting stuff from both teams, but especially from the mid jungle. Seems to be where the action is going to be heading, especially with Uniboy here. Before we go even deeper into the matchup, a big thank you to our organizers, Riot Games, Carry Live Co., Garena, and to our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Now, this one is a very important one for MFT. They don't want to start in the lower side of the bracket, currently at 7th place. That is where they will end up if the standings do not shake up. How do they overcome J Team, a much more veteran team, a team with much better known names?
It comes with a lot of conditions, right? First off, you need to have Wen be able to hold up in that mid lane. But then when it comes to attacking a particular lane, I think for the side of MFT, it comes down to attacking these side lanes. Like, Whale, when given the opportunity and when the mid lane has held up, he gets his resources, he can carry on champions like the Jinx. And over in that top side, we know we can get some spicy picks up there, and maybe that will shift the edge over to Taco in that top lane against a player like Driver, who he's been solid, but his laning hasn't exactly been up to snuff.
Yeah, we did have a bit of that yesterday where Driver did end up with a 0-4 game day on the Jace. So maybe Taco with his unique champion pool, remember the Darius, maybe he's going to try his hand at the Malphite sometimes, still winless in the PCS, can be the answer here. In the meantime, we're going to be taking a look at the rest of the squad. 665 in, when not exactly your usual duo, but so far Wen has had that trump card of the Galio, still 100% win rate on that one. And for the bottom lane, we do have Ren Hao starting today.
We do have Ren Hao down in that bottom lane. Support seems to be somewhat a revolving door across our league, but we will see the stat comparison between our two junglers, and unfortunate, the two key stats that stand out. First blood victim, 23% for 665, and solo deaths at 4. Something you don't see a whole lot when you are a jungler.
I do want to mention the conditions that we have seen this quite often. It usually happens when 665 is actually trying to cover for mid lane. So we see Wen, not really a very strong laner. A lot of times he gets forced out. 665 jumps in and then gets blown up by the opposition mid laner. I feel like that's a scene that we've seen multiple times, especially on the Hecarim that has no ranged abilities. He just walks into lane, is like, I'm going to try and clear with Decimate, and the Orianna's like, okay, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so this will be a key focus for us in the game, of course, given that Uniboy, when given his set of champions, is very, very proficient at getting mid priority and just dominating that and snowballing himself and Kongria into a lot of these mid-game team fights.
Exactly. We head into the draft phase. MFT going to take away the Diana. They have been one of the teams to actually leave Zeri open a couple of times. We'll find out if this is still the case. I hope not, please. On the other end, J Team going to take away Taco's best champion in the Akali. We saw this in their debut, and also the Galio from Wen, as we mentioned, probably his best champion because how safe it is in lane, and also because how easy it is to follow up on 665. Zeri still left open here on the side of MFT, while J Team will take away the Xin Zap.
Yeah, for them to leave Zeri all the way up here, they could be daring Lil V to go ahead and play it. Their approaches to the Zeri pick have not been exactly inspiring, but MFT are still okay. There we go. I think for J Team, it comes down to, of course, Gwen and Rise priority. Which one do you want of those two picks? Of course, Gwen a lot more options for J Team, but instead it's actually going to be Tryndamere. So I think for MFT, you just go Gwen Rise, and you are very, very happy with how the start of the draft goes. Unless if you are not very comfortable with the Gwen Tryndamere matchup, then you could go something like the Hecarim Rise that we've seen DCG value very, very frequently.
I feel like you have to take the Gwen, as you've mentioned. We've seen a couple teams just flash the Tryndamere, and then if you don't take the Gwen, they'll take the Gwen themselves. They're very happy to take both of them on the same rotation. So I would be very surprised if they don't do it. The AD carries are still open. The Aphelios is kind of like your last go-to, but with Xayah up here, I feel like the Gwen has to be taken here. As you have mentioned.
I think they're considering Rise heavily.
Okay, we're both wrong. They take Tahm Kench. What? Why? What do you make of this?
I guess they're immediately saying this is the only way we can save our AD carry if Tryndamere gets onto the backline, but it's not a real safety valve because of how fast Tryndamere can just kill Tahm Kench and then kill your AD carry right after. So J Team already in this first phase, I feel like come out ahead. Yes, the Viego can also get denied by the Tahm Kench, but you're not like, you're just getting power at this point for J Team, and MFT, they've left a lot to be desired unless Clement, this is a top lane Tahm Kench.
I wouldn't put it beyond Taco. He does play a lot of different champions. That would be his 12th champion overall if he does lock it in. I just don't see top lane Tahm Kench working out all that well.
I don't think so either. But that's the only explanation why you would lock it in so early. But then they locked in Malphite, which
oh boy,
isn't a bad Malphite angle. But what have you given up? What have we given up for this Malphite pick?
This has been the worst trade in the history of trades. I'm sorry, but these trades are so atrocious. You give Uniboy his best champion in the Zoe. Driver gets this Tryndamere against essentially a free lane. Like, you can't kill a Tryndamere in lane with this Malphite. He can just farm away, and he will get to that point where he just dominates in terms of the side lanes. And you're betting on some sort of a team fight from a losing position. We'll see how this ends up. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna judge them too harshly right off the bat. But this seems like a very dire draft to kind of recover from at the moment. NFT are going to ban away some poke and safety options here. They want that Malphite to be very useful, so they're going to take away the Xayah and the Ezreal. For J Team's end, they're going to ban away even more roaming champions on the side of Wen with the Zex.
Taking away the Vex, I would expect the Rise to get taken away as well, because of course you do have decent kill potential with Rise route with the Lee Sin onto the Uniboy, so makes a lot of sense to remove that here. What do you go for AD carry? If you go for Aphelios, it feels really bad to play Aphelios in this game, even with Tahm Kench. The Tahm Kench, again, doesn't offer you a whole lot, so...
Okay, that's interesting.
Alright, they go for LeBlanc. Of course, a lot of kill threat in this 2v2, right? But then it leaves the question of what possibility of a spicy pick do we have for a last pick? I almost want to say it has to be a Twitch. That's the only 1v5 champion I can see that has possibility. But then we get a free Renata lock-in, because again, you're playing Tahm Kench, and with a Malphite, you're pretty committed to an engage. So this Renata angle makes a lot of sense here. We'll see how well it does with the Kai'Sa. Of course, Renata has a good lane phase into Tahm Kench, and Kai'Sa, not known for, again, her laning. A lot of her weak spots do get remedied by this Renata pick, and Jin Tahm Kench color me thrilled.
I will say that this is probably the best lane they could have gotten out of the remaining options. There is still a very strong win condition. LeBlanc Lee Sin, in terms of just the raw power of the picks and the ceiling of these two mechanical champions, I would say they're probably the best duo in all of League of Legends. But that seems like the only out so far. J-Team, their composition is just power to power from all of these picks.
Yeah, and the issue here for the Malphite is, while he does fine in lane against Tryndamere, Tryndamere also does fine against him. And then when you think of Malphite, you think of a big wombo potential.
I don't have enough engage for the wombo.
There's no wombo. There's no wombo, Clement. I'm missing the wombo.
So how about he goes AP, and then you don't need wombo?
He's solo wombo.
Exactly. He's solo bolo wombo.
Oh,
there you go.
There we go. Maybe that's the key. But then you're double AP, so then they just build magic resistance and you feel bad.
Hey, Lee Sin can snowball. Don't say that. So I just feel like the win conditions are very narrow on the side of MFT, while you have a bunch of carries stacked up on the side of J-Team. Tryndamere split push, Uniboy on Zoe, you know that's a no-no, and then Viego in the jungle. It's very unorthodox, and to be fair, we haven't seen J-Team play this composition whatsoever.
Yes.
But it just seems like power overwhelming from J-Team.
Yeah, they've got power all across the board. Even this Renata pick makes a lot of sense, because you see Malphite. That means if you're playing Malphite that early, you're fully committed to an engage. That means it sets up for relatively easy Renata ultimates. So at the very least, while they're not going to be necessarily killing each other, they will be stalled out for a very long time due to the Berserk feature.
It still, again, mainly comes down to mid-jungle, so we'll be paying very close attention to the pathing here. Honestly, if this was Karsa and Maple in the Flash Wolves days, I would say, like, MFT got this. Great draft. But we just haven't seen that yet from Wen and 665. Maybe this is a chance to showcase what they've been hiding. I like the level 1 from MFT. They do go into the back red brush just to make sure that there are no shenanigans. We have seen a lot of Tryndamere's just kind of waltz into your base there. And they still could do that, as we see Driver maybe finding an angle here. Oh, does get there undetected.
Got spotted. They should.
I don't think he was spotted,
just
though.
Go. You just collapse on him. Guys? Oh, okay.
Does get a love tap.
Oh.
And we do have starts heading towards the bottom side of the map, but a small favor towards J-Team as they keep their jungle path hidden.
Yeah, so it will be Kongyo starting out his own buff by himself. And in this bottom lane against Renata, your Tom Kench, you don't do anything. Usually we would say Kaisa has some issues in the lane phase. Against Jin and Tom Kench, which is clearly a weak side bottom lane that also you don't have a top lane to play for. But at the very least, you don't die. I guess.
Mid-jungle. Think about the bright side, Frank. Stop tunneling on all the negatives, okay?
All right.
Like, sure, Whale's not going to die. He's opening
Wen's
4
gonna
pots.
one-shot everyone. I'm ready.
That's the spirit. There you go. You know, people always ban his Galio, but they forget about the real killer. That's his LeBlanc. So we might be seeing a level 3 gank into the mid lane. This could be absolutely massive on Uniboy. He does have that heal, though, which is... Oh, boy. You hate to see that from Zoe. That's just Zoe mechanics.
Oh, that's like, that's definitely a... Blame Mort Dog, if this was TFT. You know, you don't get the right augment, boom, blame Mort Dog.
Kongre will start an incursion into MFT's jungler, force Lee Sin off of the objective, but he doesn't have a smite himself, so he's not going to fully commit to this one. And 665 once again searching for Uniboy. Can he land a Sonic Wave? Ooh, lands up just a bit short. That means Kongre could find himself into a very comfortable position with double scuttle, and that's not what you want to see if you're playing mid jungle.
Yeah, I feel like 665 and Wen are not on the same page. Wen needs to go in to try and at least hit a chain.
They're investing so hard in this one. J-Team even knows he's there. They have the ward there. So they expect
like,
665 there.
They haven't taken blue buff. 665 is just camping you, Uni Boy. That's all that's happening. Oh my god.
At least they know their win conditions. I will say that about MFT. They know that they have to snowball mid lane.
He just gifted a 3 buff.
It's not just 3 buff. It's actually his entire bottom side quadrant.
Oh, lordy. We're already double farm with Kongre against 665. Because, this is not a, lead to laugh at, Clement. And it looks like they might set up for a bot lane play. Of course, Tom Kench does not have Devour anymore at level 3.
Let's see if the handshake will land. He does get the stun. Insta-kill onto the AD carry, and Kongre able to dodge out very easily. Renhao might have taken a step too far forward when trying to get something back. Has to expend the TP back here. And a beautiful dive by Kongre, using Viego to its utmost max. Meanwhile, 665 will get some consolation prize. He gets free farm.
He gets himself a Gromp. But the teleport coming in from LeBlanc is a little bit curious because of the fact that Wen comes in with no mana, which on a LeBlanc, there are a couple of champions that, you know, if you come in with no mana, it's still fine, namely an Akali. But that
665 is going to get tagged down. That's going to be Merc Wolves for most likely his life. Driver says thank you very much, goes back to his minions, doesn't even miss out on the wave. I feel like this game is a very good demonstration of what happens when you draft a composition that has 1 out, and 1 out only.
Yeah, and at the very least, J-Team understood that 1 out, and played around those conditions, and they're in a very comfortable spot, which is pretty easy to say. But they are 2k gold up at 6 minutes. They have a very sizable lead in the jungle as far as EXP goes, as far as farm goes, as far as objectives go. And getting a 6.5 minute dragon also puts a real timer on the game because of the fact that you are rushing towards that dragon soul. So everything is lining up for the side of J-Team, and for MFT, I mean, your big PowerPoint is the level 6, right? With LeBlanc, Syndra with Lee Sin. And okay.
There is good trade going down. Lil V gets knocked up by the Abyssal Dive. Can they find the kill though? Renhao running out of HP. Will still chasing. He has that last shot, but it isn't enough. The bailout comes through from Lil V. He doesn't find the takedown, and Will still drop. So Jin still secures the kill in the end. Whew. That was going very close, but the rookie duo from MFD coming up huge to kind of break the gloom on the map.
Yeah, and it comes down to the fact that Whale, he does have 665
though does have a flash. He could just get out. He is Lee Sin. The Uniboy is going to pick up his flash. And
Zoe outplayed
mechanics. Let's go.
You just can't flash away from a Zoe. If she wants you, she gets you. And 665, he ends up burning his flash to try and get away, and still ends up going down. But yeah, I mean, that bottom lane trade really just comes down to a difference of, hey, I've got steel cap boots, you have Dirk, and Dirk has nothing on steel cap boots. At that trade in a vacuum is just very, very poor. But Lil V still has the level advantage, and I mean, for MFT, yes, you were able to get the kill, and that's going to help you out considerably, but you're still down a lot when it comes to farm in that bottom lane, and somehow you need to try and snowball that pick potential, that pick power that you have from a Jhin.
It's great stuff from Taco in the top lane. He took less than 200 damage from 3 auto attacks from Driver.
Yeah.
Driver walked up and realized, wait a minute, I'm literally just hitting a rock here. Absolutely nothing getting done there. We do have the blue buff handoff here. So do expect Uniboy to start roaming across the map. He has a sizable advantage at this point. And we have the first move for Herald coming in from the bottom side as well. Konger just going to start that one up. This is potentially a time for MFT to find some wombo combos or just get a kill. Diego's going to be a hard target, and Konger still has his flash. Yeah, but they definitely could try. They have the insect online. Just trying to slowly close in onto this location, but all of these targets have immunities or escapes. They have to go in now. Here. Oh, they find it. 6 and 5 gets it. And Taco is going to try and continue to chase, but Enzo is here. And unfortunately for Taco, there's just a massive numbers advantage on the side of J-Team. Let's see if Wen is going to try and pick the Herald up. Does he realize that 665 actually won the smite fight? It doesn't look like it. They're just going to let the Herald expire.
Huh. Definitely interesting in that regard. Perhaps a little bit of miscommunication. 665 not letting him know, and then when just not enough awareness, but you take the small moral victory, I suppose, for the side of MFT. They do steal away and deny that Rift Herald. Yes, they cost 2 lives in exchange, but you know, when it comes to moral victories, sometimes the numbers don't matter.
That's very true. I was just a little bit disappointed that J-Team, even with the Wombo combo, they didn't even burn an ult. And they managed to stay alive through all of that. And so just coming through on the side, cut off all the damage from Wen. So it just feels like MFT were walking into a fight that they were completely outgunned on. Now 665 has been spotted, going down into the bot lane. Could be seeing a big trade coming in here as well. Now, Lil V still needs to be careful. He lost the previous trade by just walking into Whale, and Whale's like, I actually have range and movement speed advantage over you. Like, I'll kite you out and just kill you. And Lil V, you know, could still fall victim to that. So, need to play a little bit carefully, even with the Renata.
Yeah, for the side of MFT, I mean, it's now a Hullbreaker Tryndamere, which is an interesting take. But against an armor stacking champion like Malphite, you know, crit isn't going to be as effective until you do hit more of your crit items and also probably a Last Whisper. So the Hullbreaker makes a little bit more sense if you factor those things in, and that you just get immediate power on one item. You can kind of AFK push. And Konya also gets to pull the wave towards his bottom lane. So all in all, really good play from him. Enzo might be a little bit deep though.
Double chains do land onto Enzo, but he's not going to die. He does have backup from the Viego. They're going to take this Ocean Dragon, completely uncontested. The entire bottom side, river plus the jungle is warded up. So 665, I just feel like he's been roaming across the map without anywhere to really go. That's... You know, he was killed once into the top side and killed again at the Herald and just killed again in the bottom side river. You know, just 2 solo deaths already this game if you wonder where that stat was coming from. And so far, no impact on the lanes. Just he really needs to find something on that mid lane. He tried so hard, sunk so many resources. He was actually down 3 camps just to find a Q onto Uniboy, and it didn't even matter.
Yeah, he had to give up a lot for that play. And I mean, yes, you have the Ludens now completed onto this LeBlanc, and that means it increases her burst potential, but at the same time, you are missing boots. So when it comes to roaming around the map and trying to attack these side lanes, Uniboy is still going to be more effective in that regard. Yes, he doesn't have the completed Ludens, but you have the extra range offered by the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and the fact that you can collapse faster with your move speed. It's A lot of problems.
665 getting stunned up, and the electrocute comes through. Kongyue gonna find an easy kill here. Just the range on that attack is absolutely massive, and there goes mid-jungle for you. Another stun onto Wen. Ignite going down. Wen will survive this one, but that mid lane tower is going to take a lot of damage. Renhouse still has the Devour there, so they should be relatively safe. Getting pulled forward, the trade goes through. Berserk down, but Whale charges forward, and here comes the fight. Oh, Lil V still going to find the kill. Killer Instinct right outside of tower. Really good damage calculations. Last auto attack goes in, and he finds the double. Well done by Lil V.
Lil V really showcasing his skill on the Kaisa pick. Of course, champion that he's probably pretty well versed in, playing it quite a bit a couple seasons ago, but showcasing that experience still pays off in that regard. Now 3-in-1, and then we also had the solo kill in the mid lane coming in from Uniboy into Wen, so everything going well and dandy for the side of J-Team, and I mean 665, he's trying to SOFM this, and unfortunately got a little bit reset, set behind. We'll see how the mid lane play comes in, and okay, yeah.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
I hope it was painless, but at the very least, it was very, very quick. So we're getting into that range where the one-shots just start happening. Kongyue plus Uniboy, this combo is so damn deadly. The Spectral Maw getting a stun right off of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble and extra damage, and then, you know, you have the Paddle Star to follow up. And we're going to see that combo a lot more. And I feel like this is the point of the game where J-Team are just going to start taking over the map. Like, MFT are so far behind that I don't see anyone that can actually face tank this combo anymore. They're going to have to cede ground.
Yeah, we're also going to see Crown on the Kaisa. Lost chapter already completed. And if you think about this composition, the only way to proc Crown from reliably from long range is going to be that Jin W. So that's the only way to proc that. Otherwise, you're looking at very all-in attempts, right? The LeBlanc's going to all-in, and also that Malphite. So it makes a lot of sense here.
We actually have MFT going in for the
they're all
kill
berserk!
first, but Viego takes a very long time to fall down. In goes
here.
Little V, a lot of low health targets still going through. Wen trying to survive, but he goes down as well. 665 jumps over the wall, and J-Team says thank you towards the Herald. Taco with a nice cheeky sidestep. Love cheeky players like that. And it looks like he actually will survive. Wen, can you land the chains? Corrupting Potion ticking down, and Taco is still there. Taco might have just baited Uniboy to his death. But Wen can't find the follow-up here. Lil V in the meantime, taking down a tower plus the Herald.
Well, MFT do find an okay start to that fight. Being able to burst down and Kongyue on that Viego. Unfortunately, it does set up for a great ultimate coming in from Enzo on that Renata. Everyone's stuck in that choke point, just forced to auto-attack each other. And yes, while there's no big heavy hitter like an Aphelios to just murder his own team, it still buys a lot of time for the fight to reset. And J-Team able to take advantage of that mini reset and come back strong and finish off a lot of other kills.
Do you want to say, like, if there was ever a composition that basically doesn't do any damage to themselves being berserk, it's probably this comp. You get an extra attack speed, but like the Jin doesn't really use it anyway, and like everyone else is a caster. Meanwhile, 665 might be having some trouble, does manage to survive right here, but Wen still takes a lot of damage. And the approach angle into this Drake is going to be so difficult. Doesn't look like MFT will try to contest this one at all. They are down 8,000 gold, so understandable in that case. But in the meantime, Taco is the man with the dancing shoes. Great outplay of Uniboy there, and he's going to find himself a free tower. In Taco we trust.
Yeah, Taco on this Malphite. It's going to be a very difficult position to carry because he has to hit pretty much everyone with this ultimate and try and get the one shot. But
do you believe
long
that's
TP
the
coming
question?
in. This is it.
This is the teleport. This is the insect we've been waiting for. 665 goes in. And there's the 3-man into the back line, followed up by Renhao. Instantly turned into hostile takeover. Everything is stopped. And the turnaround might happen, but Lil V, they do find one carry at the very least. Wen goes down next. Driver is still hunting down on the chase. Kongrye could find the slow. Driver gets the poultry shout, flashes forward onto Renhao, and he spits Whale in the middle of no man's land. That is such a bad place to be aborted. He just goes down, double kill over to Driver, and then J-Team walks out of the enemy base.
And that's going to be the ace. At 18 minutes, Clement. It won't be the game because they don't have the waves quite positioned, but it will mean a third dragon going into their hands. Unfortunately, Cloud Soul is their possible reward as we get to see the replay. This is what we've been waiting for. Taco gets a massive 3-man engage, but there's just no damage. Even the Berserk landing on Whale while he channels his Curtain Call means that he's forced to cancel that. And he also misses out on an opportunity to try and get a couple more kills. But Driver coming in on the flank is just unanswered. This was the problem with locking in the Malphite. While it does really well into the individual matchup, now your team has to deal with a Tryndamere, and there's just no damage on this backline to force Tryndamere to use his ultimate early.
Driver is having the time of his life, just mowing down MFT members left and right. I do want to give kudos to Wen. Oh,
Tank Malphite.
I'm saying in Taco we trust. Taco's actually the best player on MFT.
He should have gone Ludens. One shot everyone. Night Harvester.
Someone did go Ludens, and that's Lil V. I think he actually would have been much better served going for what you suggested in the crown, but
he's going for maximum power.
Oh, this is an interesting bait. They find
numbers
when coming in. 665 finds the kill. Lil V on the meantime in the back line will not find the trade back onto Renhao. Uniboy now with the sleepy troll bubble. Oh, he gets the goalpost, finds the Tom Kent, and they will chase down. In the meantime, though, we do have a little scuffle in the mid lane. Taco holding his ground against Driver. So, taking stock of the situation, it will be a 1-for-1 trade. And a big 3-man charge down from Taco! Taco is the best! Lil V goes down. Enzo is next on the menu. Can 665 find the next Q? Wen is coming in, but there is a stasis. No, 665 left to his own devices will fall down. Driver now chasing down for the double kill. It looks so good for a split second, but J-Team cannot be deterred.
You know, at least we got probably the best Malphite performance of this split coming out from Taco. He is trying his damnedest to save this game, but unfortunately it feels like it's a little bit too late as we get to see the replay. Starts out with the number advantage coming in for MFT, and it's really nicely well played. Like, they get the pick onto Kongrye, but now Lil V, he joins in. The Ludens, of course, gives a little bit extra damage onto that W, but I actually don't think he's maxing W second, because it would do a lot more damage, I think, given the items he has. And then we see an attempt at a re-engage, and Taco, like, his plays have been good, but the reset comes through from Enzo, and he's able to buy extra time, and then Driver comes. This is the true raid boss.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. You know, if there is one silver lining, at least they're always killing Lil V. That seems to be the one constant thing here.
At least he doesn't get to have fun.
Yeah, you know, just Lil V in particular, we don't like you. So they are winning on one position, bare minimum. And this has been actually a pretty fun game. I thought this was going to be such a rout after the disastrous jungle start. But Taco has given me faith. Like, Taco is one of those really good tacos. You know, it's the one with the crispy nachos on top. It's the one loaded with cheese. They didn't skimp on any of the ingredients. You got guacamole on the side. It's looking like a really tasty meal. And in Taco we trust. I fully expect Taco to just teleport in and steal the Baron at any moment right now. Okay, maybe that's not going to happen, but, you know, one can definitely hope. That's definitely not going to happen. Maybe 665 can do something. He's trying. I think he's dead. Oh, boy. Taco, please. You got to save this. You're the only man that can do something here.
Well, it's not looking great. Oh, he's asleep.
Uh-oh. Oh no, Taco! Why did you have to do that, Uni Boy? He was the only hope left in the universe. And now they take down Ren Hao. They finish out the rest of the squad. J-Team are not going to play with their food. They're just going to come in and smash MFT like the LSC team they are. They're going to take a dominating victory here. Almost 20k in the advantage. Playing with them in the fountain, sending the berserks all across the board and trying to get another kill onto 665. The handshake just about misses, but J-Team has made their statement game known. A very clean win on the side of J-Team, starting from I would say a super hopeful draft from MFT. Like, once you saw that draft, you were kind of like, wow, this is... Are you sure you guys are going this hard on just mid-jungle?
Yeah, they heard my pregame talk and really wanted to prove me wrong. I said that they should focus on those side lanes. Yes, the highlight from J-Team, of course, is that mid-jungle 2v2, but MFT, I mean, their strong points are those side lanes, and, well, they had a draft that exclusively catered to the mid-jungle, and unfortunately that win condition just a little bit too narrow.
And we've had a lot of these discussions over the years. Do you play towards your floor, or do you play towards your ceiling? And I think, unfortunately, for this game, MFT tried to play towards their floor. They're thinking, you know, if when can be propped up, then we can just kind of snowball through the game. But I just feel like if you're going to do that, why give the Zoe? Honestly, it's just so unnecessary. Like, why even give him a champion that's difficult to gank, can pick up heal at level 3, and then also take your flashes? It's feels kind of unnecessary. Like, if they were gonna go for this strategy, I wouldn't ban the Diana either. I would ban the Zoe here instead of the Diana. Like, Diana doesn't do anything, and actually allows you a window.
Yeah, Diana doesn't have as clear power spikes early on, so you can take advantage of the skirmish potential offered, but I mean, it is what it is, Clement.
It is what it is, and I think we saw the upsides of this team. We have to remember the top side and the bottom side were winning. We got the solo kill coming in from Whale onto Little V. Despite getting pushed in and being in an inferior matchup, they were still able to find the 2v2 kill. Taco for me was a highlight throughout the game. Really fun stuff from him. It just seems like I feel so bad about this, but it's very clear to me that MFT do have a bit of an issue in terms of propping up Wen, getting him on good champions that he can play with, making sure that he can actually stay ahead in terms of the laning phase. And it's honestly just so counterintuitive, because in League of Legends you do not play towards your weakest lane. That typically is a road to hell. It means that your jungle, whatever resources you sink into it, are less efficient than sinking into a winning lane. So
yes,
I really just hope MFT can switch track.
Look at that damage chart. Tank Malphite. I think it speaks for itself.
He did get some good clapios in that game. MVP to Uniboy, no surprises there. Please stop giving this man Zoe. Zoe is basically his middle name, okay? He's Lee Zoe Uniboy. Please don't give him the champion, especially if you're trying to snowball mid jungle. That to me just doesn't make sense. Just ban the Zoe, give him the Diana. Who cares? 31% of the team's damage, perfect KDA. What more can I say?
Uniboy, when you give him his trademark Zoe, just steamrolls the game away. One-man wrecking crew. Even Konger didn't exactly have a earth-shattering performance on the Viego, right? He wasn't able to get a whole lot of resets in these fights because he would usually actually be the first one to go down. If MFT were to get a kill, it was going to be onto Viego. So a lot of the heavy lifting was being done by Uniboy. Driver did contribute a little bit, but this Zoe is just something else.
I am gonna get so mad if anyone lets that Zoe through in playoffs. That should never happen in games versus Uniboy. We were looking for the Maple King back response from Uniboy. He was not there yet, but on Zoe, he's definitely the best mid laner in the PCS. Next game, we have a big banger coming your way. Beyond Gaming versus CFO, and the last time it was Beyond that started the decline of CTBC. So let's see if that will hold true in our final game of the day.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
So when you discover that there's no one to hold me back, but that time is going to be far too late. I swear I'm gonna get my revenge.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
Deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The deepest waters won't take me. The highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time. I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit.
Welcome to the Battle of the Banks as Megabank Beyond Gaming takes on CTBC Flying Oysters in our last match of the day. It's a very historical matchup because CTBC, after they lost the first game to Beyond Gaming, they have not won against a locked playoff team yet. So it's absolutely huge to see if that mental trauma has been recovered on the side of Flying Oysters. First, a big thank you to our sponsors in CTBC Bank, of course, the same organization that is behind CTBC Flying Oysters, by the way. And, of course, Caliber making our league possible. So, now we head on into the matchup. This is definitely a showstopper for a lot of people. This is so interesting. And to think about the way that this really shaped the entire league, Beyond Gaming were the ones that tore down the veneer of an invincible Flying Oyster.
Yeah, it seemed like Flying Oysters were in pole position at the time, perfect, and then, I mean, it ended up being a Rek'Sai pick that really spelled the doom, but it was also the level 1 setup from Beyond Gaming that we've seen a number of times after that, this team, when maybe they don't exactly have the set pieces or set plays when it comes to setting up for Baron or Dragon, but when you come in with a level 1 and you consistently get value out of those level 1s, that also sets you up for success as well.
We'll see if that level 1 strategies have improved for CTBC. Meantime, in the roster, you will notice that Atlan is not starting today. It will be Shun, who we did see earlier versus Hurricane Gaming. Had a very good game, 8-0-5, I believe on the Zaya. And he is a much younger player, 19 years old, so we could definitely see some more grooming of this rookie to potentially become a star with those other two very good solo laners in Mission and Rest.
Yeah, and I think they just want to get him some extra stage experience. Of course, yesterday against Hurricane Gaming, you could say it was a bit of a softer matchup, but this time, this will be the true test, right? Because Wako and Kino have done very, very well when it comes to laning, and this could also be a big change for CFO if they are successful, because they haven't exactly had a lane to play towards. Yes, Mission and Rest are very strong laners, but they also aren't lanes that demand jungle resources. So if they're able to play a strong side bot lane, that would change this team really completely.
Now we're going over to Beyond Gaming's roster. Same old across the board. Still no sign of Lee Kai just yet. They did get him from Machi, but haven't played him outside of the first round. And last time, I have to say, it was a bit of a lucky pick that allowed Beyond Gaming to win the game. They pretty much won the game by 5 minutes right off the bat. Disastrous level 1 into multiple ganks. And I think we could be seeing a very similar strategy, just trying to all in onto Mission, knowing that he is the core, kind of the spiritual gel that keeps Flying Oysters together, and just trying to sink the ship by starting from the captain.
Yeah, and I think the other approach was, okay, as we get to see the highlight matchup is going to be Rest and Liang, but just going back to what happened first time around, that level 1 really set Gemini behind, and they were able to just essentially shut out Gemini from ever influencing any of the lanes, because the Rek'Sai Lee Sin matchup became so lopsided. Then they transitioned that power into just ganking Mission a number of times. He got set behind. He ended up 0-5-2 that game, but I remember in the particular game you mentioned how, hey, Mission, if he gets chain ganked, he can certainly go on tilt. We'll see if that happens in this particular game, because this is a standings matchup. If BYG get this game, they will set themselves up for a tiebreaker against CFO. Or actually, they would have, is it side selection in the tiebreaker game? I think if we tie in records, it actually goes to a tiebreaker regardless of head-to-head.
Yeah, even if you 2-0, there's still a tiebreaker, but you do get side selection, as you have mentioned here. We are going to be heading into the draft. Really quickly, Tryndamere off the table, Liang's most played champion. Ari, which has been Minji's best champion so far, and then Hecarim. Very targeted bans from the blue side, as expected. Gwen, Zeri, no surprises there. Interestingly enough, the Syndra is off the table, leaving Orianna as probably the next best champion on the side of Mission. We have had a lot of criticism of CFO drafting so far, and this is a good chance to see if like Achi can pull the team together and actually give them a coherent composition, especially surrounding Rest. Rest has been his picks have been, they just don't seem to follow what the rest of the team wants to do. We'll see if that remains the case.
Yeah, I think if we're going to just go ahead and blind pick for rest, I'd like to see some more Gangplank. I think Gangplank fits what they're trying to accomplish in a lot of their compositions, and it allows you to just kind of flex your individual muscles while still providing for the team, but leaving the Akali left available here. So a double flex, of course, for the side of BYG, but most likely going into the hands of Minji.
Super strong, but super predictable and exploitable as well from Minji. That's kind of the deal you get with him. I feel like CFO have to be pretty okay with this. Like, if you think about just any normal mid laner would be able to punish this lane, and Mission should have a very easy time with it. Not so sure if he's going to lock this one in. Galio has not been a Mission type of champion. Mission is really much more of a Chovy player. He's trying to farm up. He doesn't leave the lane all that much, but they're going to lock it in. So perhaps they trained something new.
I mean, it is very similar to what we saw yesterday, right? They had the Xayah pick, then they went ahead, locked in Predator Galio. That's what he ran last time. I would expect the same in this case here.
True.
And it's going to allow him to just leave the lane against the Akali. If this Akali does go into that mid lane, Akali doesn't exactly crash away very quickly. So roams are going to be pretty nice here for Mission. But something to keep note of is if he tries to use his ult in Vision and the Shuriken flip does land, you get a free TP as a Akali.
That is true. I wonder if what happens after the ultimate. Oh, so the hero's entrance should probably land first, and then you fly in with the Shuriken flip.
We saw it in the Frank Esports game where where Kurt actually followed a teleport spell with his Shuriken flip. So that was probably the longest Shuriken flip I've ever seen, and it was pretty nuts.
All right, we'll see if that interaction comes true, but Beyond Gaming on the other side, just crossing their T's and dotting their I's, making sure that they can't get this Wombo Combo comp online. They're going to ban away the Rakan and the Camille, two great pieces for the hero's entrance. And then we have the Tahm Kench and not Twisted Fate, the Thresh being banned out. So making sure that there isn't enough protection for Wako. Now Beyond Gaming have to think about their top laner. We have not seen this champion.
You could just go for set.
Way through. Yeah, I think a set would actually be pretty nice. Ooh, the Shen here does make a lot of sense, but it will be Alistar in the end. So a bit of production here as well. We have seen some good combos with the Headbutt Pulverize into Flame Chompers. That definitely works out. So see if they can pull that off. Meanwhile, CFO have to blind pick a top laner now. Rest has to be willing to walk into this matchup feeling confident. They will throw out most likely the support first. Honestly, Leona, Nautilus, I think either would be fine here, but we'll go with the Nautilus. And what is the blind
I would have
pick?
given a little bit of consideration towards the Braum, just because of a decent amount of dive when you already have an Akali showing. The Alistar, wants to get into the back line, and Rest forced to put on his blind pick shoes. We'll see if he locks in the GP, I think makes a lot of sense, or if he ends up into the PCS trap and locks in the Gnar, which he does not do.
Oh, this could be something Beyond Gaming has been waiting for all this time. I don't see the Riven. Action would be so much more fun. Like, Riven is somewhat playable after the changes and to the itemizations. It's definitely there in the meta, but much more of a solo queue pick, I would assume. It will just be an ordinary Graves here. Still strong pick.
Stock standard.
Yeah. So, taking a look at the compositions here, it's very clear what CFO wants to do. We've seen this so many times. Catch, global, engage, kill, composition. A lot of different ways you can play this. Not a great anchor point for the Galio on any of these champions, but the idea is definitely still there. Meanwhile, in Beyond Gaming, this is a bit more of a hodgepodge composition. What do you make of Beyond Gaming and their 5 champions here?
I feel like this is a pretty standard Beyond Gaming draft where it's just like, who are you most comfortable on? All right, we'll lock it in. and that was kind of just how it went up and down the draft. I'm surprised, again, we didn't get to see the Set. I think Set is a wonderful addition in this composition because of the fact that you can just really turn with damage by chucking the Galio back into his team. This comp does lack a little bit of damage, I would say, to get that first reset. So we'll see how it plays out, but compositionally, CFO, I would say, have the clear win conditions and easier to execute win conditions.
I have to agree with you. I feel like Beyond Gaming's comp is, when you think about the usual parameters for for what a composition would look like, they're really lacking in, Silent Split Push. They don't have strong engage. They don't have clearly winning lanes either. So it's, like you said, it's a Beyond Gaming comp. What does it do? Nobody knows. But are they good on it? They kind of are.
Yeah, I mean, they're good at all these champions. So that's their strength. And we'll have to count on their individual mechanical muscle to power through these fights. I mean, the first item spike will certainly be something to watch, given that we have an Akali and a Lee Sin, so the mid jungle execution power will certainly be there.
I do want to point out we have an Aftershock coming in through mission, so not your standard Predator, even though he has a lot of ability to leave lane. Or else I could think because he can leave lane pretty much pre-6 whenever he wants to. He just thinks that, well, I don't need the Predator to do that. So maybe
it could just be to make sure he doesn't get picked off by an Akali, who can do that if the Galio isn't too careful. But an early invade from BYG, not setting up for the level 1, unfortunately. So not gonna start off with a massive gold advantage at the start, and we'll see if a stock standard start coming in from both the teams is still going to play to BYG's favor.
All right, Beyond Gaming, always known for rather slow openings, but explosive team fights coming in from the mid game. They're certainly no strangers to things just going a little bit down tempo in the early game. Meanwhile, taking a look at the top lane, Liang has been chunked down quite a bit, but he's opening with 3 pots. He should be completely fine in this trade. Now going to the bottom lane, this is the lane I think a lot of people are interested in. Shun did play against Hurricane Gaming, but Hurricane Gaming definitely not as strong a contest here as Beyond Gaming. So we'll see how good they can deal here. The last time in the laning phase alone, Shun was up 1,500 gold, so I think he's definitely a player to watch out for.
Yeah, and he gets the Xayah pick again, which was the pick he played yesterday into, I believe, the Jinx as well.
Level 2 at the same time. The trade goes through. Both supports now on the AD carries, but Kino has a much harder time getting out, and he gets punished for all those emote spams that he has to flash here.
Has to expend the flash, and that will be a nice pickup, but at the same time, Shun does expend a lot of his HP in that exchange. Thankfully, he does have 2 potions, and this is kind of what we see, is that to lane against the Airy of Xayah, you do need some of these players are opting for the Doran's Blade, which gives you the extra survivability in an all-in trade, but it does set you behind when it comes to building your Mythic.
Well, it does seem like they might be going for the all-in route regardless. Hushot popping over the wall for some Krugs, as they do see Xin Zhao on the map, I believe. Yeah, they definitely do have knowledge of where Xin Zhao is. They caught him on the top side. Now the bottom lane, we actually had Chemo going in. Koala ticking down. He doesn't have the flash, but will survive for now. Shin holding his own and making sure he escorts Alistar off of his own tower. And Gemini even comes back to find some of his Krugs still intact.
So now we have both supports expending both of their summoners, but the big difference, of course, Shun having to use his heal, whereas Wako, on the flip side, still has his heal available to him. So slight combat advantage over to the side of CFO, and now Gemini wants to look for a possible play in this bottom lane. I don't know if it's going to be available to him, and he's just going to go ahead and back off. I guess he is looking for Raptors since they just respawned here, and Mission is getting close to level 6 now. So it's time to see what the side of CFO can start to do once those double globals do come online.
For sure. Where would you see this heroic entrance going? Your most likely target. Honestly, both of these side lanes are fairly easy to kill as they both feature 80 carries, so you could probably take his pick here.
Yeah, probably take your pick, but if you want to also utilize that Gangplank ultimate, you're looking for that bottom gank.
True.
Even though it can be difficult to dive in Alistar given how much CC he does provide. Pre-6, he's still going to be relatively easy to kill, even through that Aftershock.
We do see Mission does push in this wave, and this is a great roaming opportunity for him. He has the Ionian boots complete.
Yep.
And, he just needs some work to be done before he really starts moving. That's always the path that mid laners like to take towards the bottom lane. The most, just behind the red buff. Kino is hiding here for quite a while, but I believe both sides actually know that he's there, so don't expect much trouble here. Koala just gonna shove in this wave, and that's a level 6 Galio that could be very detrimental. Kino gonna do the same thing though, so the support's very much in tune. Is Koala gonna come in and shove another one? That would be very detrimental to him. He's actually just gonna walk away from this one.
Yeah, they say Husha.
He walks back? No way, Koala, please. Alright, he definitely overstayed that, and that's an easy first blood to Minji if I've ever seen one.
A little bit confusing there. Clement, as Koala offers himself up in that regard, and now Gemini maybe a little bit too far forward will get caught out by the traps, but BYG not looking to push for the kill, and instead they will turn towards this first dragon. Gemini leveled down, so I don't think he'll look to jump.
Ooh, just as you say that, he does jump in and gets promptly escorted out. Husha's a little bit low here, so he doesn't want to potentially get killed by the Galio. Heroic entrance still up there.
I think they're looking now.
Down, but it's going to be very close. Oh, he does get the smite, flashes out, but still gets knocked up, and he's out! Kino might be the sacrificial cow here as he finds himself amongst 4 members. But I think the rest of the team is fine with sacrifices.
Yeah. Ooh. Gemini takes some damage. But yes, for the most part, you're very happy with the trade, being able to get that first Inferno Dragon, adding a little bit extra damage. That's going to help get that first reset for the Jinx. However, at the same time, now you have you've expended your first Galio ultimate, and you only got... I feel like you didn't get enough for it. Certainly could have been a lot more by getting some sort of bot lane dive play set up, but you get something for it, and you still have the other global available to you. So now we should look to see how CFL decide to use this Gangplank ultimate, because I think when you're using Gangplank ult, you can use it in a number of ways, but always when it comes to these globals, you want to try and use it in a proactive manner.
Yeah, it's always about the cross-map play for Gangplank. We have seen a lot of teams just go for proactive heralds and just kind of cannon barrage at the bottom side. That's definitely one way you could use it, kind of a favorite way for PSG. But in this case, Beyond Gaming are the ones to start this one up first. They've consistently had the shove advantage in the top lane. No surprises with the matchup in the Gangplank. And it just doesn't look like CFO are going to defend this. They are lacking on critical ultimates here. And it will go over to Husha if he remembers to take it. I hate to say it, but we have seen teams just forget about Herald in the PCS. This will not be one of those times, for sure. And, just thinking about the Herald, where do you see this one going? As Galio just warding up, nothing to see there. Or where do you think this Herald will be dropped?
I would certainly look for mid or bottom lane in this case. Of course, mid lane against the Galio, if you're able to break mid tower, that really hampers Galio's ability to just roam to these side lanes, as it becomes a lot more easier to track on the map, you can also look for this bottom lane, who Wako has done a pretty admirable job, given the fact that it is into the Xayah, and the Xayah is 1-0. Great power spikes again at this moment, because has the Dirk, has the Tier, and also, of course, the lifesteal. So lots of trade power. As Rest, he could go for a 1v1.
Liang might be in kill range here.
Liang
Cannon barrage really nicely placed, and that's the kill from Rest. As easy as that. That was almost too easy.
Not respecting the gangplank at all, and he gets massively punished in that regard. Of course, the Sheen already acquired, also has the Cull ticking. So Rest is in his comfort zone. Weak side top lane on a gangplank, and he gets to just flex his individual prowess.
But we have seen a lot of this scenes from Rest. He does well, and then the jungler comes and pays him a visit. The movement speed slow. He might get away from this one. Beautifully done from Rest.
It's too easy for this guy. Says, bring your jungle pressure. Still fine.
Still a good move by Husha here, as there is no cannon barrage, and I doubt that Rest wants to TP to this spot, so...
he does have
He's going to try and get the TP down, but let's see if he...
as well.
Just 1 HP off. Liang still goes in. He knows he's dead here, but will take down the first brick here, at the very least, and is trying to waste some time. Rest will get the kill.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned that the kill would get taken away by Gemini, but at the very least, now you have Rest with 2 kills. That pretty much evens up the extra gold Liang got for first brick. So I like the trade there for the side of CFO, because now like Rest is very, very close to that Triforce, if not already with that extra kill. So scary times ahead for BYG, even though you're going to have a little bit more damage in the mid lane, right? With an Akali versus a Galio. Galio not known for his heavy damage, but a lot of CC lockdown for this mid game with this CFO composition.
Exactly, and there aren't many targets on Beyond Gaming that can survive a couple of chain barrels or just a parlay. It will be the Triforce into the backline, and at this point, it's a massive power spike compared to something like the Divine Sunderer. Both sides do spot each other out, but neither will fully engage. We do have a Cloud Dragon being started by Gemini here. Leon doesn't have the TP, so it is a straight-up 5v4. Let's see if Beyond Gaming wants to take this one. So far, it doesn't look like it. They are just going to continue to push for a little bit more. And Liang, because of that 2-0 on the side of Rest, is not going to go for the Orphan Axe here. He's going to put the Hullbreaker to the side. Instead, going to go for the Immortal Shield Bolt.
Yeah, it's not going to...
Minji?
Okay.
Gets taunted up, but looks like he should still be fine. Koala trying to look for the Dredge line. Does find the target, and there goes the ultimate. But Minji flies back in, and Koala has to flash out in response. So, a +1 flash on Beyond Gaming side.
Yeah,
wow. Rest.
What a chain.
Beautiful stuff from Rest. I also like the APM spam there, just to make your opponent know that you've got the mechanics.
Yeah, we have a CS advantage for Liang, but it certainly doesn't feel like that has a factor here. Rest just absolutely dominating that matchup. And I mean, in that mid lane, it looked like Koala just wasn't on the same page as Mission. Mission wanted the kill onto Minji, and Koala didn't quite get that memo, so his engage or turn towards Minji was a little bit late, and as a result, it ends up costing him his flash, which is certainly a big summoner here for the side of BYG. However, as it stands, you know, this game is still dead even. So the next fight will end up coming around either one of these next objectives of second Rift Herald or third Dragon.
Creep jacking. If you played Warcraft 3, that is what creep jacking is known as. In the meantime, Ninji taking a small scuffle with Mission right here, And Mission, even though being the tank, does pack quite a punch here. And this is what we wanted to see, the cross-map action going into the bot lane now. They will most likely equalize on this tower. Cannon Barrage is up, Heroic Entrance is up. Beyond Gaming paying full respects and keeping themselves a fair distance away from this tower. They will start to move in with the wave and with Galio showing. But you can see the pressure is really starting to mount. CFO at any moment could start to pull the trigger on those globals. As once again, I actually kind of like this play from Koala. He did give over first blood the first time, but this is just a great play to free the Galio on the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you have a numbers advantage when it comes to approaching this blue buff, so you're going to be able to secure that one, and if anyone face checks, you can pick them up.
Ooh, the Hex Flash in. Minji will get out, and there is... yeah, he's got nowhere to go. They just dished him. What? I thought there was going to be a little bit more resistance from that, but once they saw Leon, there's like, oh, you're dead. We can't do anything for you. We're sorry. That was interesting.
Certainly wild, but at the same time, it's pretty inconsequential, though, right? Because there is no dragon to take, and
there is a Herald, though.
Second Rift Herald, while it is up and available, Koala is respawned to come over and contest that. So, okay. On.
Everfrost onto one, but Alistar still has ultimate. Should be perfectly fine here. I just feel like Koala and the rest of the team, they've been oddly discombobulated from each other in this game. It's just so weird to see. Like, Koala pops into mid lane twice, gets killed, and, you know, CFO are trying to front a ramp, and once they realize Leon's there, they're just like, we're just gonna give him out without a fight. Like, you can tell the Mission wants no part of that. He doesn't even win a war. He just like walks back. So kind of an interesting sequence of events here. But Beyond Gaming on the flip side, they will not contest this one, as they have the full stack of CFO on that objective already. And yeah, these teams are... I think the tempo of this game is very weird. It's very low action and a lot of wishy-washy combat on the peripheries. As CFO are finally going to commit to the first big confrontation here, trying to go for the mid lane tower. Leon is coming in. There is no flank
coming in. Akali.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a flank. Excuse me. But not going to fully commit to that one. Is a little bit late, and that was a Herald charge for absolutely nothing. Oh, that was a weird Herald, to be honest.
I mean, if you're looking at weaknesses from both of these squads, right, it has been the macro play when it comes to utilizing their compositions. And I feel like CFO, they've tried to remedy that by drafting globals, by going for the Galio in back-to-back games now to try and just kind of say force answers. If our macro is a little bit behind the other team, we can cheat priority by just popping a Galio ultimate or popping a Gangplank ultimate in that regard.
True.
And BYG have also had similar issues, right? Their rotations haven't always been there, but now this is the fight. Dragon up available, although neither team has to force the fight, they want to fight.
Minji is going to try and find the flank. Cannon Barrage goes down. Beyond Gaming get the objective before any contest from CFO. CFO are looking to
There's just no
head
action
towards the mid lane and try to take this one down, but that is a big cooldown from Mission down already. Everfrost being used. He charges in, and in goes Minji into the 4-man. There's only a kick on one, but Mission is going to fall down. Husha finds him on the edge there. Jungle for mid laner, but Leon gets caught, has to back out. And then Minji puts a lot more damage onto the enemy team to dissuade them from continuing. Overall mid for jungle, plus the flash, I think very small win for Beyond Gaming. They also hold on to their mid lane tower.
Yeah, so it ends up being a even trade, but Beyond Gaming, they get the dragon, so they come out slightly ahead in that regard, and it sets them up, or sets them better up for that Ocean Soul. But given that it was only second dragon, I guess that was why CFO were a little bit hesitant, but again, when it comes to CFO, they don't have a clear engaged player. Koala shines a lot more when it comes to counter engage or playing a secondary engage. And the issue is, when it came to Machi, he didn't have that issue because the primary engage role was essentially shared by Lee Kai, Ji-Mian, those two, with a lot of the split push champions they would go for, like the Silas or the Camille. But now you take those big playmakers away, and CFO really struggle in that regard to start fights.
I'll be honest, I had no idea what Mission was trying to accomplish in that fight. Like, it's a free mid lane tower, and he used Everfrost and the taunt right in front of everyone.
And then he used his ult, so they don't even get the knock-up afterwards because he got kicked out of his ultimate. So it was the hero's blunder in that time.
If he just kept all his cooldowns, you just straight march down mid and take it. Don't you? Like, am I being crazy? I just feel like that has to be the go-to play, but CFO might get another chance to remedy the situation. Kino is looking for an engage here. Gets stopped by the Everfrost, but Kino will still find him.
Oh,
Mission, the cannon barrage onto 4, but it doesn't matter. Mission once again goes down. Rest has to TP in to save the situation. Kino could be looking for that second rotation. Gets stunned down. Can they find the Mad Cow? Will not get him. He survives. Koala tries to go forward, not finding the auto attack onto Liang, and once again, I'm just kind of what? I'm just kind of confused at what Mission thinks he's doing. Like, hello?
Yeah,
what's the plan here, CFO?
We can clearly see that the Galio pick seems more of a stopgap solution to their macro, but it doesn't seem to fit Mission's playstyle at all, right? Last time around, in the previous game, he went Predator Galio, allowed him a lot more roaming potential early on, and he was able to snowball that by getting Shun ahead. This time around, they are not as snowballed in that bottom side. Yes, Shun's still doing very well for himself, has his completed 2 items, and is very, very strong, but Mission himself seems a little bit out of place. His power spike's certainly not there. He's put in a much more utility role, which he's clearly not comfortable in, and it could also show, possible champ pool exploitation at the moment here.
People say playing tanks is easy, but I feel like in competitive, playing tanks is actually a whole different school of thought in its own, and you can kind of see that with Mission. Like, just his cooldown usage and his positioning is kind of weird in these fights. You can see the rest of the team is not really up to some of these adventures that he has been taking. So, overall, CFO are not in that bad of a position, but they have lost 2 skirmishes that, have given kills or assists over to Minji. I think that is the most detrimental part about all of this. You really don't want to give any gold to Akali if you can.
Yeah, and if we compare the magic damage threat on both of these squads, you are going to lose a lot of that magic damage towards the late game portion with this Galio pick. On the flip side, you have an Akali. You're perfectly happy with the results. Now teleport's coming in. This is, of course, 3rd Dragon. This is going to be an important fight. But can CFO find the angles to actually execute? That will be the real question.
All right, I expect Gemini to go in, Hero's entrance onto him. That's, traditionally how you want to play this one. Everfrost used already by Mission, doesn't find a target, but a lot of damage being poured in by Rest. Good trades coming in here, and Kino just dies before using any abilities. Next one on the map is Minji. He does go into the backline, but doesn't find a target just yet. Hushak kicks, but not the wrong target. He won't find Rest. He keeps alive. This is the day you will think that you almost caught Captain Sparrow, as Liang has to flash out as well. Mission finds a lot of HP, and this is much better fight coming in from CFO. They're going to turn immediately from Baron to Baron.
Oh, I mean, you clearly want the Baron buff, but there are a couple low health bars, so it means that for CFO, they're going to be forced to just go for a recall right afterwards. And BYG, they're going to get themselves onto Soul Point. If you're Liang, you do not want to contest it because it risks giving over that dragon.
We'll see how Liang tries to play this one. Lots of damage. Gemini being stuck in the pit right here. Will he survive?
Minji,
top right
he
out,
wants
here
it.
Comes Minji.
He's all by himself, though.
1v4. He's just done it. He's dead. That's definitely a Minji moment. We saw that with his Ari as well. Can Kino find anyone? That's the big question. At least Koala seems to be the answer. Okay. Oh, and they get rest, finally. Kino is going to tank, use the minions, but he doesn't find the knockup onto Shin. Ignite ticking down. He will survive with the Eclipse. Well done for the rookie. And they get out with 3 Barons.
I mean, for BYG, they get a little bit of tempo. They get 2 Baron buffs off of CFO. But, I mean, recall timer should be there as we get to see the replay. Minji, he just ends up going in by himself. Kino also never popping the ultimate. Big issue. And then Huxia, he tries to be the hero, but I mean, 1v5 is not the answer. At the very least, they still get Dragon. So they will be put onto Dragon Soul. And for CFO, that was the curious part of moving towards the Baron, right? Because yes, you get Baron, but BYG, this is an Ocean Soul. Like, it's nothing to scoff at given the fact that you are running something like a Galio, a little bit lower damage. In the mid lane, you don't necessarily have that execution power onto Ocean Soul targets. So
would you have preferred just the Ocean into reset? Like, I mean, I guess that's definitely, you know, arguably a safer call given that instance, especially
it's the
with
more
Minji still on
conservative call. It also means that you get to force another fight. I think for CFO, you want to just try and force fights around your team fighting power right now, but you can certainly make arguments for both cases, because now you do get a massive gold injection, but the key thing is you have to snowball this, because if you don't get a large enough gold lead here, then the next fight for Dragon Soul becomes that much harder.
Well, I always take the gold in front of me as Russ finds a really good barrel chain onto Kino. Kino having some old man moments here. He's probably the only player that has a that you know, is a dad currently, so has a lot to take care of. And we see the push in. That's already 1 tower. Talking about the gold lead that they must find. Minji trying to look for a flank, but Mission is very well aware of that. He's keeping the left flank completely covered with the top potential, and Kino gets caught again. Has to pop the ultimate in. They go. Koala just sectioned away from the rest of the team, and he has to flash out. He might not survive this one, but Liang is the one that actually goes down first. Minji could be coming in next. Can he get the stasis out? Has to flash out. Gets chased down, but Gemini goes a little bit too far forward, and that is the get excited. For Wako, no, he actually doesn't get an assist in that one, so doesn't get the extra movement speed. And Beyond Gaming, somehow through all of that, gets the right of way. They lose their top laner, but now they're rolling down mid.
Now they have to try and fight through to get to this mid wave. Doesn't look like Beyond are pushing fast enough, but we do have teleports coming in. They want to try and contest, and we still have the cannon barrage up available. Actually, Collector now done by Rest, so he is on 3 items. And these barrels are going to hurt quite a bit here as we get to see the replay. Koala, I mean, it was a good hook initially, but now the pathing afterwards just didn't quite make sense, as his team was pathing elsewhere, and that forces them into a bit of a somewhat rough position, but then it looks like they would be fine until Gemini overextended himself.
Great use of the ultimate from Minji. He actually walks back to make sure that he has the escape path open after executing Minji. That was some real nice mechanics in the moment there. And I'll be honest, I feel like CFL is actually playing a little bit too timid. I feel like they have much stronger zone control than they think. Like, I feel like if I'm CFO, I'd be willing to step up in a lot of these situations and try to cover those gaps, you know, and make sure that Koala can go take the left flank or something. But so far, Beyond Gaming has found a lot of these fights where they're able to just snipe away players left and right, and you don't really think that's going to happen when you have a big umbrella protecting everyone, like the Galio. So you are going to go in Void Staff this time for Mission, and this is a critical dragon, as it would land the Ocean Soul over to Beyond Gaming.
This is Ocean Soul on the table, and you can see that there isn't any heal cut besides Rest with his Mortal Reminder, and now Rest could come under fire. It is only a Lee Sin though, so I don't think he wins that 1v1, but the concern is someone else is trailing behind him, so that's why he ends up just walking away, and now we get the Dragon Dance.
Beyond Gaming will be on the objectives first, but if you look at the map, Wako is not in a position to contest right here. The slow goes down onto Minji. Very good smoke bomb, making sure that Akali can't escape, and Wako will join the rest of the team. So now we have Beyond Gaming looking for an angle coming down this ramp against a Gangplank, and not a place you really want to be. CFO, I think they have to be super happy with this position. Their coverage of the ramps is absolutely beautiful, and they will start on the Ocean Dragon. Husha, though, coming in from the flank, is trying to find an angle. Kino goes in as well, but key is Minji. Can he find the backline? The answer is no so far. Shun actually goes down to a couple shots from Liang to the face, and that are all the carries gone. Out of nowhere, double kill for Akali, and CFO just collapsed.
And it looks like we're looking at a 2-0 for BYG. They are going to secure themselves that Ocean Soul in 30.5 minutes into the game. They've got a pretty sizable wave here in this mid lane, so I think they're going to try and end. We'll see if... I mean, honestly, I think this is just game.
Koala is trying to... Okay, I don't know what he's trying to do. I thought he was trying to cut the wave, but that is not the way you try to do that. And CFO once again, Beyond Gaming were the team that started it. Mega Bank, the downfall of CTBC. This is... Oh. I can't believe what I just saw. The will to fight on CFO just seemed so weak. They had Crescent Guard. They had a big taunt. And somehow Shun still dies. He's a Xayah with Feather Storm. Like, how does that happen? That just blows my mind. I just don't think CFO had any idea how they were supposed to choreograph that fight.
Yeah, I feel like Shun got left out to dry because of how chaotic that fight was. No matter if you are Xayah and you have the Feather Storm, being able to dodge out for a brief period of time, it's only that short period of time, right? And if you're stuck in the middle of them, as we'll probably get the replay of that last fight, there's just nowhere to go afterwards. So he was just left without options. There was no peel coming in from the rest of the squad. BYG, trademark champions, will get to see the replay and just focus on where Shun is. He gets lobbed up, just nowhere to go. He has to flash upwards. But then Minji still has the sticking power to stay onto him, and after that, that's most of your damage gone. It's just rest at that point. So really clear call from BYG to just go on that fight. And we can also see that when they get their comfort champions, this is very similar to J-Team, you know? Their execution on champions they're not comfortable with is very clear. On champions that they're comfortable with, also very clear. So it's kind of a night and day situation.
That was the clearest example of pressing buttons is faster than communicating, because there was no way that they should have played that sequence that way. Like Featherstorm used super early on. You have Crescent Guard, you have Taunt, you have Nautilus with Death Charge right next to you. Like it just showcases CFO were not able to communicate through the smoke screen. It's like smoke screen goes down, it's like and everyone just ends up does their own thing. That was
yeah, so
I almost feel like that was a complete waste there, because there's so many ways CFO could play that. They could actually just funnel themselves into Drake Pit and they would be completely fine. Just mission, you stand on the ramp and that's it. Like, you all go into the Drake Pit. That was an Ocean Soul. They were literally
infinite brushes.
I can't believe CFO lost that team fight. in such a landslide manner. There was zero reason for them to lose that hard. They have all the terrain control tools possible on this team composition.
I mean,
everything.
This is why like we like the composition, right? Because when it comes to these objective fights, yes, there's damage over on the side of Beyond Gaming, but how are you supposed to reliably walk into these fights, right? Because there is that zone control coming in from both of the Gangplank and the Galio ultimates, but they were just, the Galio ultimate in particular, just always felt out of place in half of those fights. So perhaps time to shelve the Galio again, because the Galio pick
probably Mission's worst champion.
It does not seem to have panned out.
Right.
Yes, it worked against Hurricane Gaming, but again, it's Hurricane Gaming, so you can get away with a lot of things. And as far as the judgment on Tashun, it's hard to say because there were a lot more other issues in that particular game. And when we saw him in an isolated situation during the lane phase, he looked pretty good.
Yeah, he was willing to step up, deal damage, and all of that. You know, we had the top lane coming in with a solo kill early. This game was... I don't know what to make of it, because look at the gold graph. Like, CFO were standing on a 4,000 gold lead, and then they drop it in one team fight. And that's a team fight where they have full vision control, but they just don't know how to execute the fight. Like, if you lose the first ring of defenses, just go funnel in the pit. You can stand in a brush. It's Ocean Soul. Like, you're telling me the enemy has to walk through barrels, has to walk through a Galio, has to walk through Death Charge, and walk through
and Feathers
Storm and a brush, and somehow kill your Xayah? Like, that's impossible. This should be impossible.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was just CFO. They didn't have a clear plan on how to approach the fight, and we're seeing clear shot calling issues because when Koala's been put on a primary shot, engage, he's been pretty hit or miss.
Koala's positioning was so bad in the last team fight. He should not have followed the Alistar. Like, he got cut off on the bottom side of the fight and actually didn't do anything. So I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like, how does that happen?
Yeah. But again, like, there's no clear go person. And it looks like the Galio seems to be a band-aid fix or band-aid attempt to fix things. And as we saw there, it just was not it.
The woes of the Oysters continue. They still have not won against any of the top 5 teams so far in the second round, and things are looking dire. They're slipping in the standings and could very well end up having to play on the without side selection or in the first round of playoffs. Going over today's games, we have PSG continuing on a 13-game win streak. Frank Esports taking down 7-9, and with Impunity's win over Hurricane Gaming, we have to say that unfortunately 7-9 do not have any chances of making the postseason anymore. In the meantime, J-Team continuing to go strong with a strong performance against MFT, absolutely dominating that one.
Yeah, and then closing out, of course, was just BYG taking the 2-0 against CFO. Oof. Very impressive showing from BYG and how they were able to get those wins, and it also means that we have a tie for 4th. CTBC, Flying Oyster are now stuck trying to fend off Megabank Beyond Gaming, and I mean, we all knew there was skill on this Beyond Gaming squad. It was just a matter of team cohesion, and it feels like they're still playing very instinctually. They aren't exactly that macro outplay team, and it feels very similar to what we saw last split.
Yeah, they do feel like kind of the old J team, where it's just like, we will win through laning phase and laning phase alone. Everything else is secondary. Still get those vibes. Lots of shot calling issues. I'm just flabbergasted that CTBC is not a stronger performer given their roster. They were the golden team. They were the team with all of the stars, but it is still old PSG, Old Faithful holding up at the front. PSG will find a match versus CFO tomorrow. You can't miss that one. You have to see either the redemption story of Flying Oysters or the utter collapse. Either way, it seems like a very fun narrative.
Must watch TV, because if they lose that game, the PSG, BYG have an opportunity to overtake them in the standings, taking on Impunity last game of the day.
And taking a look at the rest of the matches, MFT versus Frank Esports is another big one. MFT are in a bit of a rut, while Frank Esports, they have found some strengths, but they haven't yet pushed it into that top 5 territory. This could give them a chance there. 10-9, I just want to see some glory coming out from them. Play your favorite compositions, put on your dancing shoes, just give us a show. Anything is good enough. And Hurricane Gaming, still in contention to actually overtake Impunity. It's looking very unlikely, but definitely still possible. And if they want to start, they could start tomorrow with DCG.
I mean, it's also possible that they manage to catch up with MFT as well if they end up falling flat. So those will be the matchups to keep watch for when it comes to standings. But the highlight has to be that first and last game where we could see big power shifts, at least from our initial impressions coming in from like week 3.
It used to be the triumvirate of the J teams, but now CFO has fallen very far behind, and PSG is the sole survivor of the PCS. This has been a great day. Thank you, Frank. Thank you to all of our production. See you again. It's goodbye for now, but not forever.